Hey there, guys. What the hell? Hey there, guys. It's Metro. We're back. We are back. If you guys didn't see the end of yesterday's stream, I was showing this off because a viewer of ours has a concern that the dungeons in, especially I think the spider dungeons, are very dark and the mechanics are not very well defined. We talked about the new edges coming to the mechanics, and we also showed it's called Stinky Bright Potion. It's kind of expensive. I was shocked at how expensive it is. But yeah, it's an item. It is a consumable, so if you die, it goes away, unfortunately. I think they still have it like that for some reason. But it's transformative. Like, if you guys have maybe never been here in Hellfire, especially if you're new, but this zone's skybox is very, very, very unique, and the lighting it projects is insanely unique. I'll show it to you right now. Watch just how different the ground looks when you take this off. You see how much darker, and it's like almost like a blood red look, you know, and then the skybox is like very dark. So hey, Rune, welcome. But yeah, if you have any interest or any concern like that, where you're thinking, I don't know, the game's a little too dark for me at times, then invest in some of those, although they are pretty I'm shocked at how expensive they are, frankly. But I still never really I need to get more into the lore of Alliance side TBC, because I understand the Horde stuff pretty well. But Poach is back. What's up, my friend? How you been? All right. Anyway, let's get some keys going here today. I don't think we're gonna be able to do much from Honor Hold, so we'll Hearth. But Algran, what's up? Welcome. This is the stuff I love about WoW, though. How many great like locations there are and stuff. Oh, is there no? There's only 113, huh? But yeah, I think if there was a way to travel, like if you could set more than one Hearthstone, I think that'd be really cool. That's like the one thing that makes me want to do Volpira, is the fact that they can have more than one hearth effectively. Trixane as well, welcome. You grinding TBC rep? No, we're just showing off the thing that we just talked about. But yeah, guess we'll sign up to that too. Couple 13 city treads. Stonebolt 14 doesn't really, yeah, figured we were gonna get invited to that one. All right, let's get out there. We'll get started. I do, yesterday I talked about starting a little bit later and starting and ending a little bit later, but today doesn't apply today. I still have to get off at 4:30 today, so maybe a little bit earlier than that. So start at 11:30 to get that started in normal times. It is what dungeon again? City Treads. So the War Within. Boom. Volpera Camp is actually nice. Their ratios are all around decent. Yeah, I just hate the way they look. If I could look like a Night Elf and have the Volpera ratios, I would do that 100%. And Mex as well. Good morning. How you been? Glad to see you again. Morning for a little bit longer, at least. Not much longer. Everybody else is inside. Hi, mate. How are you today? I'm doing great. Oh, good. I'm doing great too, my friend. What's up? Dive into the dark side, embrace your inner furry. No, I mean, even if I like the animal thing, I couldn't play a small race as a tank. I just can't do it. It's so difficult to see. I feel like it's a lot harder to see exactly where your character's positioned when you're shorter than the mobs you're fighting. If you don't mind add-ons, I can really recommend Tome of Teleportation. Yeah, I try not to get add-ons for things that the game doesn't need. I'm just the kind of player who goes, that takes me too many clicks. Yeah, I get you. I try not to use add-ons, even though it probably doesn't look like it, but I've had a lot of problems with add-ons and stuff in the past. When I first started playing WoW seriously, everybody convinced me that I needed like a bartender like add-on, and I used that bartender back in the beginning of Wrath. And then when Old War came out, it was totally unusable for the UI of the vehicles in the first fight of Old War, and it caused me like insane stress, and I just like freaked out, and it was like really bad moment in my WoW life. So ever since then, I decided I won't ever use add-ons that I don't need, just in case, and that's kind of been there for me the whole time. First group starting off great. Just gonna sit here and do nothing, I guess. It used to be rough on patch days, but with the PTR, most big add-ons are... Yeah, it definitely... I agree. Yeah, I mean, you guys are totally right. I'm not saying it still happens. It's just something that's still like a phobia for some reason in my head. It definitely still happens with some add-ons, though. I mean, like, the big one for me was Ring, or... That doesn't sound like the right name of the add-on. Is that the name of the add-on? Anyway, the add-on that... when you press this button, oh, I don't even have it on this character. Opie, that's the name of it. Anyway, Opie, it didn't work for like 5 months into Dragonflight. So if I got you, see, that would have been a really big one, because a lot of people use that for like mounts and stuff, you know. But yeah, that one didn't work for a long time. I think it was like well into season 1 of Dragonflight. Just say looks good and don't do the route. I don't even know what we're doing at this point. Did the guy just go AFK or what? It's too much to ask. Is it too much to ask to just follow the tank? Yeah, I guess so. Grinding to level 150 on Hell Divers, then I'll probably return to WoW to get 3k. Nice. 30-minute wait already. I find it kind of fun on the rare occasion that when DPS decide to pull stuff and then die and start complaining. It used to be worse. Maybe WoW players are learning. No. I think that's just noobs. You're just talking about noobs. Yeah, I think there's like a basic learning of that. Like, if I pull something, I will die. That's something they have learned, yes, over the years. There's just less people that noob. I have noticed a lot more people have been inconsiderate of other people's time this late into the season. Oh yeah. All that BS for them to agree to just follow the tank. It's crazy, right? Okay. Oh, I wanted to shave. Fuck. Busy morning again. After the intense conversation we had yesterday about spells and stuff in WoW and TBC, I decided to really rethink how I was handling the talent situation. So I messed with that a bunch yesterday and this morning. And then that's it. Ready to stream again, and here we are. I kind of wish dungeons were more free roam and open world, just to have different ways of doing dungeons. Oh, really? Well, you can always just do it normal, I guess. Go solo and normal. That's probably kind of fun, actually. I don't know how hard. It's probably not even hard. I wonder how hard it is to solo and normal with like full gear as a DPS spec. That'd be interesting. Yeah, not good was not. The thing about having those in like a competitive environment, it just doesn't really work. Because everybody demands like some kind of perfection, you know what I mean? So it sounds like you have options, but in reality you don't. I got a binding of Thunder Fury this week. Just need 5 more shards for Shadowmourne. Oh shit. Thunder Fury is still one that I really want, but I never use a one-handed sword, so if I was playing a Paladin still, I would definitely go way out of my way to get Thunder Fury, because that Transmog is still iconic. That and the Glaives for Demon Hunter. If I played those specs, I'd be canceling my life to get those Transmogs, because they are so freaking iconic. But yeah, outside of that, not really any real interest in it. That got destroyed. Good. Having a swarm at the end though, that's unfortunate. I don't actually have Wraithwalk. That was stupid, I don't know where the hell I used it. Somewhere stupid. That's ultimately why we had this weird issue with the mobs the other day, with the healer who got killed by a threat, basically. Because I got to the pack very late. And then he made a fool out of himself. That's crazy. Some great clips recently, I'm really shocked. There's been some crazy moments in Mythic Plus the last few weeks. Good kicks there. Oh, the mob went away, so the mechanic goes away. I didn't realize that. The shaman had it on, or that's not a shaman. What's that, a paladin? That's a paladin. What the hell is that, a troll? Beware. Oh no, that's a death knight. It looked, wait, that's a death knight. It looked like a paladin for some reason. Anyway, yeah, that dude had it, and he just went behind me, and it just disappeared. Just randomly went away. Alright, great start. 0 deaths. That's excellent. Don't lust here, or save it. Good. Good choice. I like the choice. Good single target so far as well. I'll go this way. I like how there's like little corpses here. You can kind of ping them sometimes. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I think it makes it a little bit easier to target exactly where you want it to go. Moved a little too early there. Do you feel it's easier to deal with tank busters on Death Knights versus other tanks? I've only ever played this one, but I always feel like it is, because Blood Death Knight has a very large health pool, so as long as you're ready for the mechanic and you know exactly how much damage it's going to do, you just Death Strike. Nothing easier than that. Do you only stream on YouTube? Yes. I have a whole video on why I do not stream on Twitch in the description if you want to see that. You'll be surprised if you watch it though, because I still have short hair. It's a long time ago I made that one. Twitch sucks, that's why. TLDR. Not wrong about that one. Your classic videos help me a ton. Oh, which ones? You talking about the grinding video? That video got a lot of views for some reason. Guess people are sick of questing, I don't know. Did you ever try Sandland? No. No interest in it. The grinding stuff, good. Yeah, I figured. I think a lot of people don't realize how good grinding is in Classic. So what's your slash played to max level? If you did you actually grind the entire way, or was it like halfway through you started doing it?
Buffoon. Not even worthy of the 5th strand. Unsurek has eyes everywhere. No need to blind them to meet the Vizier.
Beware.
Might get back into Mythic Plus this week. Gotcha. Well, let me know. He is going pretty well. Yeah, 0 deaths. Obviously, can't go better than that, really. Frostfire Mage looks so gorgeous. It's got to be with the best looking spell in the whole game. Sandland is looking like it's going to be Unholy's go-to on the PTR. If that's the case, I'm going to miss my horse. Yeah, well. Unless it's like a massive difference, I would definitely say the horse is just such a powerful thing to have. I wouldn't go away from it.
By the weave, one of Onsurek's spies has fallen.
Finally starting to learn that a little bit better. Probably not where you want to fight them down here in this weird door. You see they added even more trash to Workshop? No. That one hasn't been testable yet, so I haven't been in there. Next week, hopefully, I think it's the... No, actually, next week is the War Within ones, right? Can't remember. But we're going to be back on the PTR next week, 100%. I should have also made a video for tomorrow this morning, but, man, I really don't have my priorities together anymore, but should have time. Taking the past 2 weeks off. Why? You mean from Mythic Plus, or do you mean from life? Like work or something? You talking about Mythic Plus, yeah. Since I got the Skarmrock Shard, gotcha. Oh shit. Quick. How'd you start your YouTube channel? What was your journey up so far? Well, we started doing YouTube in... Oh, it's there. In Cataclysm. It's a hard story to tell quickly. In Cataclysm, we were already having trouble recruiting for the guild, and I decided that the best way to help solve that would be to find like relatively like high-profile faces and bring them into the guild. So the name that we targeted the most was Jesse Cox, because he was looking for a guild at the time. He joined the guild. We did a bunch of stuff together, and it kind of made me get a little bit of an addiction to the kind of like the spotlight. You know what I mean? So when we continued to have that trouble not get solved by Jesse, I started finding new people to reach out to and potentially bring over to the guild to try to make it something. And one of them was a guy named Siler, okay, TLDR. And Siler had big aspirations for his media time on the internet, not just a YouTube channel. He wanted to start a network, kind of similar to how TGNY was at the time. And so he got me on board with that. I told him I needed, something to occupy all the free time I had since I didn't have a job. And the rest was history, basically. He got me into doing YouTube. We made Ace Games TV, which is now the channel I make all the Pokemon TCG content on. We got like 23 different personalities to make videos on that channel, blah, 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 put all this time into it. I made my first video in Cataclysm, and I never really cared too much about making videos in that time, but then I always wanted to stream, and I didn't have very good internet at the time, so I had to wait until I finally got good internet, and yeah, I don't know, TLDR, it's been a very, very long journey. Sad, I'm a tank doing 13s, 14s, so I can't queue with Metro. Oh yeah. Where's this? Where the hell is the mob? Oh! Do you have interest in playing Cataclysm? No. More of the changes in Season 2 dungeons matter. None of the changes. Yeah, I know. We won't be able to see these things until we've actually tested them. Alright, well, it was going well. Also, adding the trash might mean you can skip some packs. Right, I think that's probably what they're going for in Workshop, to be honest. I quit Cataclysm because of the heroic Alice Resort fight. Oh, really? It's a hard fight, right? Well, basically all the time we saved from not having any deaths, we just lost right there. Yeah, I have more. I don't know what I was thinking. Thought there was a third one over there for some reason. Too busy talking about the old days, and I just wasn't paying attention. I think they did remove the mobs that did the goo explosion, so that's a plus. So nice. We will see in a couple weeks, I guess. Sounds like the most simplistic dungeon is going to be the Project Floodgate, though. Whatever that's called. Operation Floodgate. Goob became a member. Thanks a lot.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus?
For Mythic Plus?
Blood
Death Knight. Thanks a lot, buddy. Death Grip Tier. Thanks a lot. When does the new Mythic Plus season come out? We don't know yet. Hasn't been announced. What are the most important things to focus learning when learning Blood Death Knights? It's a hard question to answer. I don't know. Everything. I mean, you gotta... What is... Do you think there's some things that aren't important to... I don't know. I guess the number one skill you need to know is exactly how much damage you're taking. And, like, judging that against your health bar. I don't know. I've never been good at answering those, like, very, very general questions. The number one mistake I see, like, new Death Knights do is, like, they sit on their cooldowns forever. Like, you don't realize, like, Vamp Blood and Dancing Rune Weapon say they're a certain cooldown, but they're actually way, way shorter than that. So, sitting on it for, like, a minute and a half means you basically wasted 2 uses of Vamp Blood. That's the biggest mistake I see people make, but that would not be the answer to the thing you need to focus learning when you're learning Blood Death Knight. I don't know. What would your advice be for someone wanting to start a Mythic Plus channel and do basically what you're doing? Make sure you do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because you want to make videos. Don't do it because you want to get views. Don't do it because you want to make money. Do it because you love Mythic Plus Pugging. Do it because you love the game. Do it because you want to log on every day and have fun, and just do that on a shared platform where other people can interact with it as well. If you're not able to say that about it, then don't waste your time. You're not going to succeed. It's too difficult to get something off the ground as it is nowadays, so if it's not going to be something you're going to do no matter the success, then it's just going to end up being frustrating for you, probably. Lesson for all things in life. Don't put yourself in a situation where you need to do things you don't love, if you can avoid that. Does Blood Death Knight have cooldown reduction built in? Talents, yeah, talents. Multiple talents allow you to have your CDs up more frequently. And then things like haste lower the cooldown of, you know, different things, like especially blood boil, so that can impact that as well. But if you do it, the whole channel thing that you mentioned, if you do it and you actually love it and you're not making any progress, then come see me, because me and Siler also did YouTube consultation for a long time, so I imagine a lot of the knowledge we had is outdated. We haven't done it since probably Shadowlands, but still, I believe I can help anybody. So happy to help with that. I like that ping. I think it's important that everybody stacks after that. Twilight approaches and the frost bites. That's what they said, right? Yeah. Not a fan of this fight, but I don't know much about it. We got 10 inches of snow here in Texas. Whoa, it's Texas? Is that like a huge issue there? Because I know in the past it can be a huge issue for Texas. You play with your viewers or do you just pug? Mostly pug, yeah. Like 99% of the time we're pugging. But if there's a viewer out there who has a key that's like a 13 or a 14, I'll definitely do it with you. When we get snow, the state collapses. Yeah, that's what I've heard. The algorithm, what's up, man? Welcome back. I was going to say you're not here the second I start the stream today, but that's probably because I baited you again to think that I was going to start at noon, like I said yesterday, but that didn't start. I can't do that until next week. This week I still had to get off at 4:30 today. So sorry if there was confusion. In Texas, that's crazy. Well, it snows a lot, yeah, in there, I bet. 10 inches of snow would be a lot here. At least as a Death Knight, you can AMS the soak. Yeah, doing that on the second one's pretty nice. I got baited. Looked at my phone just now and I'm like, I'm late. Yeah, you're always here the second I start the stream. Sorry about that. I said it yesterday thinking like, alright, well, from now on I'm going to be doing it, but I forgot that today. I actually just didn't know. I thought it was the same schedule today, but yeah, no. Back to the leaving at 4:30. And today I just have to get off because my uncle and his family's coming over to visit. So that's just at they're coming over at 5, so I gotta get up at 4:30. I think one way or the other Friday probably is gonna stay 4:30. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens. In Michigan, we're getting maybe 3 to 4 inches. Yeah, well, we haven't gotten much snow here, but I think it was like November. We got like enough that was a huge problem. It was real bad. Don't worry, usually just working from home. Had to run errands today. Oh, no worries. All right, cool. Well, yeah, either way, I feel bad. I try to keep a schedule. I probably care about it way more than anybody else on the planet does, but I feel like it's, you know, back to the question about how to succeed. I think having a schedule is very important too. Especially if you're not, like, you know, if you're not
Mitchell,
getting a lot
what
of
do you think
regular
is the best
viewers.
Healer for Mythic Plus.
Dylan.
Blood
Death Knight. Vampiric Blood Tier. Welcome back, man. I'm glad to have you back. I hope you're good. I hope you're good too, Dylan. Thanks a lot, buddy. But yeah, I think the schedule really helps in growing a channel. Do you mark viewers you play with in your spreadsheets? No, I don't. The spreadsheet just has it doesn't have any, doesn't have a room for that. I don't know where I would put that even. I don't ever not pug, but if I didn't not pug, I wouldn't put it on the spreadsheet, if that's maybe your question. But even if we play with like 1 or 2 viewers, it's still pug. It's not like we're getting in Discord around the same group over and over again. I was just wondering if I could see win percent with full pugs. Oh yeah, I mean it doesn't happen enough to keep stats on anyway. But like I said, it's not really like, yeah, it's It's not really changing anything at the end of the day. Like, I don't ever run with people who are like carrying me or something like that. That almost never, I don't think that ever has happened. Picked up Prop Pally as an alt, loving it in Pugs. I think it'll be Pally and Death Knight only going forward. Sweet. Those are my favorite 2 classes as well. I really like Shaman and Druid as classes, but I don't really like any of their actual specs right now, so I don't play them, but... Prop Pally with 0 CC, Pugs is horrible. Prop Pally with 0 CC, why would that happen? You mean like bad players, is that what you're talking about?
I've enough of you in my collection. Be gone.
Beware.
I mean, players can be good overall, but use no CC, so don't mean bad players. Just overall Pugs who don't use almost any CC. Makes tanking with Prop Pally kind of annoying. Well, Prop Pally has the most CC, that's why I'm confused why that's why I wasn't sure what you're talking about.
Beware.
That's why Prop Pally is so good right now, is because they're a high amount of kicks and disrupts. I Dispriested 0 CC on my last run, and that's why Dispriest sucks right now, because they have none, so they have to get carried by the Paladin, basically. Rip Prot Warriors in 11.1. Why would it happen?
Beware.
This has 1 AoE fear, that's it. Very bad, the worst in the game by a margin of no uncertainty. Notice the trend of 1 spec being most toxic. In the past, yes, not this season, but definitely in the past, like Fire Mage was it. Whenever they were meta and they played that stupid ass way, like you had to do bullshit to make them good, we had a lot of problems with them in the last 2 times that happened. Even with just silence from shields, it's like a pseudo death grip, right? Yeah, they can do insane amounts. And I agree with Vid Shorts 2K as well about that, honestly. Every monk I've seen on your channel has been toxic. Monk healers? No, we've seen some good ones. There's been 2 really, really high profile bad ones, but other than that. Just doing damage doesn't make you good. Nope. You need a lot more than just that, that's for sure. Okay, please don't lust here. Unless we're gonna actually lust like the second it comes up, maybe. I guess I'd be alright with that. But then we'd have... Actually gonna be a 0 death run, maybe? Fire Mage was huge in BFA 2. I know, it was so annoying. Oh, and we lusted. But it was not too late. It was decent. We'll still get a second one, but it's gonna be very, very late. Unless we have any deaths at all, I guess then we won't really. Okay, group solid though. 0 deaths, crazy good single. Looking good, looking like I'm gonna use the upgrade here. Unless this last boss really just owns us. But yeah, the thing about Fire Mage was that it's like they only did good damage around a pretty long CD. And so they would expect you to like be there, like they would be worried about more about you helping them than them helping themselves. And it just became so annoying. It was like impossible to enjoy playing with. And obviously we had that high profile one where the mage left the dungeon as it, like we put the key in and he leaves because he doesn't like the first pull of the dungeon. I had so much fun on my Shadowlands Fire Mage with Season 4 hyper threads. I was bad though. Oh yeah. Well, I guess it's gonna come back, right? I don't know how much it impacts them nowadays, but it was major back then due to filling combust windows with pure instant GCDs, no fireball casts. I have no clue about it now. It's mostly I've mostly been mainly prog at it, yeah. Still not a comfortable timer though, no matter what. Gonna play mage next season probably. I want to experience the range POV. Oh wow, really? That'll be very different. I don't know that you'll enjoy it after if you've not played it before. It's a very different style of gameplay. We were just talking about Siler, but he was a rep main, and we had 2 rep pallies at the time when he joined the guild, and he wanted to be like the most helpful he could be, so he decided to play a balanced druid, which is his first time ever playing a ranged after years and years of melee, and it was terrible. Like, I mean, it's become a bit of a joke now at this point, but like it was. Like, he was unable to play the game as that. It was so bad, it was crazy. And then he like switched back, like he was fully geared as the druid, and it was like mediocre as fuck, like he was barely in the middle of the pack. And then he switched back to Ret, and it was like under geared, and he was the top DPS pretty much. Sometimes comfort is more important than anything else. Would you run the 14 key this group gets? Yeah, I would. I'd love to, but nobody ever does that anymore. In the like in Legion, that was like the only way we ever pushed keys. I would basically just sign up to a group and then you just keep going with them after you had a little bit of success. But nobody ever does that anymore. I think like the culture of Mythic Plus has really changed to like, all right, I'm gonna just do 1 key, you know. Not a lot of people play like me anymore, where they're doing 5 or 6 keys in a day, back to back to back. I feel like I'll miss going zug in melee. Yeah, you probably will, to be honest. It's a very different experience, and things are different they're difficult for different reasons. I usually go 4 keys and then chill. Oh yeah. What if they're like 4 disbands? You just stop, or? It's still really not. It's still a little tight. 0 deaths, 5 minutes. That's pretty nuts. Pretty tight. Kinda gotta go.
Witness the glory of our ascension.
Beware.
The very
Fire and Arcana are a blast to play if they are tuned properly. If they aren't tuned, they still are fun, but will do low damage. Oh yeah. Mage is gonna die. Bomb. doesn't good CDs there, I guess.
Beware. 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 Beware.
The strongest survive.
Mr. Shaman is just low. Damage is just low. They nerfed Acid Rain too hard. Oh, well, this guy's not. I wouldn't say this guy's doing great damage, though, yeah. We've seen way better.
Beware.
The day before I did 7 keys with the same group. We just went next all the time. Depleted, went 1 lower. Oh, yeah, cool. Well, that's, yeah, I don't ever see it happen, but I'm glad that it's happening.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Of a lord.
Oh, there's our first death. Of course, it's on the last fight. Anybody expect anything different?
The strongest survive.
Beware.
Abilities are endless.
City of Threads has been the hardest key for me in Pugs this season. Don't know how I timed the 13 on it.
Beware.
Yeah, very, very rare for us as well to be successful in here. Gave me freedom.
Beware.
Yeah, that 1 death means we probably won't less now, I think, at all.
Beware.
Hey, Devo, what's up? Welcome. City is true stressing, yeah. By the way, Raphael, did you ever send me that? Because I'm going to make that video this weekend. I want to include that second run that you said you ran into that guy on. If not, no worries. But if you got it, then send it to me on the email or whatever is best for you. Alright, I'm falling apart here at the end. I'm surprised. Another death.
Beware.
Abilities are endless.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
It's not City of Threads, it's City of Stress.
Beware. Beware.
Really shows how important lusting here is.
Beware. Beware.
Or actually not upgrade this key, I think. 5 deaths just on this fight. I really don't understand why people lust on that 3rd boss.
The strongest survive.
And that was close. That was close to not being an upgrade. That's wild. After having no deaths up until this point, 5 deaths on this last boss.
Will be absolutely furious when she learns of Izo's demise. I cannot wait to
Need to melee or need to death strike. You move away from melee. Melees are always brain dead. It's like, yeah, I can't survive that if I don't death strike, brother. So you're gonna have to move away for a few seconds. Honestly, continuing with the same group happening more at the start of the season. Same as finishing depletes, happen more at the start. Yeah, it definitely doesn't happen at all for me. Like, look at... I mean, that was a great group, right? Until the very end, but these guys are fucking tilted because 1 death, basically. Everyone knows when the slam is coming to just pre-move. Oh, yeah. That was like 3 seconds away from being not in time, I think. this kind of reminds me of Ultimate, where it could look so good until the final boss. Ultimate was way worse because it was 5 bosses. But yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon, I guess, to have a really hard last boss. But it is an upgrade at the end of the day. No pictures on the scorecard, as they say. Well, actually, that's not true because we keep a video of every run, but no pictures on the spreadsheet, at least. Well, no, also not true because the link is there. Yeah, I guess there is pictures. City of Treads, 13, upgrade. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess damage wasn't as great as I thought it was. Don't really do that dungeon a lot, but that doesn't look like a very good number. Things were just brisk, but... Oh, yeah, we also wasted like a minute at least going the wrong fucking direction. Hey, Daiko! What's up, man? Long time no see. You still in America, or what are you up to? Anyone know a good way to make gold in the game? I'm looking to try to make gold, just not really sure this late into the season. No, I have no idea. I just buy WoW tokens if I ever need gold. It's such a cheap thing. Alright. Frost Mage, Rat, Double Frost. That was a cool group. I must have ran Ultimate 13 last season 10 times. Every time getting to the final boss with 6 minutes and it depleting. I would get so tilted, damn. Boosting is a good gold maker. Yeah, that's trick other people to give you cash. I'm still here in the US, so the time for your stream are not optimal for me, like in Germany. Oh yeah. Well yeah, and you're in the West Coast, right? It's what is it, like 9 o'clock there? 9:30? What is the hardest? The final or the third boss? In that dungeon, the final one, definitely. The third boss is tough, but if it was in any other dungeon, it'd be the hardest boss. But that last boss is the hardest maybe ever. I think that may be one of the hardest fights ever in the game. In Mythic Plus, that is, of course. Alright. What was that nonsense? GP? What is GP? Anyway, sign up to these. Group? Oh, I was just... Why would you even put that in the title? Yeah, we get a... Maybe it's pretty quick sometimes for 13s. Seems like I can get into any 13 I want at this point. But I don't want a lot of them. But yeah, we finished the... Finish this quest, we'll go turn that in. Where does that get done? I never remember where this is actually turned in at. Over here? Is it this building? Doesn't look like it. It's a weird building because it's not actually on the map or anything. Oh wait, yes it is. It's over there. Just far away. On the last boss, City of Threads, why don't you rotate the boss in a circle? It feels like it's easier to dodge balls for DPS. I don't know. I don't really like have the wherewithal to be doing it like that. A lot of times people aren't stacked. I think maybe that makes a lot more sense if everybody's stacked and they're all going in the same direction. But a lot of times we get separated because of the different mechanics, so just gotta react.
So much to discuss. Sorry, I got distracted.
There's no actual new lore, I guess, so just nothing happens. Just get stuff, man. We got a lot of keys. These are gonna get deleted, I guess, probably next season, right? I did want to try to get the Delve, like, there's like a Delve seasonal achievement, isn't there? Not considered an expansion feature, where would it be? Oh, there's a whole Delves tab, okay. Hidden Troves, what is that? Open 50 bountiful coffers. That's doing 50 bountiful delves, right? So I would definitely like to get that. Lead 100 delves. Definitely would like to max out Bran if I could. But I've like not made any progress on the actual seasonal thing, I don't think. We're gonna see that. It's like in the delve tab, I think, right? I'm actually closer than I thought I was. You get like an achievement when you finish that or something? I don't know. All 11s with lives remaining, I think. There's that achievement for that too. What is that called? And there's like that achievement. Glory of the Delver. Leave no treasure unfound. I like that one, but that's, I don't know how to even get those. You have to do them a lot, I think. Oh, and the Lore Master one. That we were trying to get that in the beginning of the, before the season started. I guess there's no actual achievement to do the full thing. But where's the achievement about 11 lives? 11 with lives. Raphael never replied, I guess, about the message or about the question I asked him. Well, either way, that video is getting made this weekend. Stay tuned on that one. One of the strangest ones we've seen. Oh, already. Oh, wow. That's sold already. Another eBay sale. Just listed that this morning. It's Raygon. Is it the same guy who's spawned both of them? Delver of the Depths. It's on the screen right now. Delver of the Depths. Oh, that's the name of it. Okay, cool. That one would be fun, I think. Should be very easy now, though. You broke the social contract, Metro. He was offended. There's Nina again. That's a viewer. How much vetting do you do on your teammates before joining, or do you just send it and hope for the best? I don't like... I'm just here to document wacky shit, so I'm not here vetting people. If all I cared about was upgrading keys and every single key needed to be as maximized as possible, then yeah, we'd have a lot different approach to everything, but... There's a feat of strength to complete an 11 with no deaths. It gives a title. Yeah, I guess I've gotten that one, yeah. Because, wait, what was this one? Yeah, oh, with lives remaining. Oh, okay. And then there's a feat of strength. I think I did that one already, yeah. What's that called? Not sure, to be honest. Is that somewhere in here? Maybe I don't have it. Should be very easy, though. Immortal Spelunker. Yeah, I got it, yeah. Oh, there was one for 8 as well, that's why, okay. Yeah, that's very easy. I would like to do more delves, though, to be honest. Have I missed any wacky moments? Nope. None yet. Rare to see stuff like that, though, so probably nothing today. Moments like that are once a week at best, usually. Are you married? No. My girlfriend asked, what is his age? Me? I'm 30, I'll be 36 in March. It's easy on a tank. DPS is kind of unfun though. You get white swing to death. Even now? That's cool. I really like the idea of delves, man. I just wish there was a little bit better incentives and more interesting stuff going on there. I really, really, really wish they were there for leveling. That's the big thing. I wish things were better for leveling. That's my biggest complaint. If they make Bran a legit DPS too, it would be much more interesting. Oh, well, he was really good when we started delves. I don't know what he's like now. He like carried me through that first Zekvir kill. Like he was like 90% of my damage or something. With Bran tanking next patch, it might be better. Oh yeah. I don't think I would ever use him as a tank myself, of course, but that could help some people, I'm sure.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I saw the detective title on it, I realized. You needed that on for that Rat's Revenge thing. I don't usually use titles, though.
Lesson of the void.
Did you try question mark Zekfir? Yeah, I was one of the first people in the world to do it. I thought I was the actual first, but there was like 3 people who did it earlier than me. So. Oh, man, I don't know why this keeps happening. It's really annoying. I would be down to add a couple more mechanics to delves, but you got to keep it different from Mythic Plus. Mechanics, one thing that's not really what I was. I just made like there's just not a lot of incentives for me to do it on my main. You know, there's like none really. I don't need anything from it other than just cosmetics. But if it was something that it was a lot more fun to do on alts, I would really, really like to do that. Afternoon, Pretty Boy, what's up? Hope the morning keys have been smooth. Finally got 5 of 8 dungeons at 12 this morning, so that much closer to 3K. Sweet. We'll keep working on it. You'll get it. Getting melee for 2.2 million when you're at 5 million health is stupid. Delves just need better depth and just a... Yeah. I guess like it's really good as a tank though, because that's like the whole reason that tank is interesting, you know? It needs the carrot on a stick. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that you can make delves more interesting from just a reward standpoint, but the number one thing I would like to see is the key system be different. Or really the looting, I guess just the looting system in general. Because when you don't have a bountiful delve, you basically get no rewards from it whatsoever, which is very strange. Were they not introducing Mythic Track gear rewards to delves in some way? No, I think what they were doing is they're going to make it so you can get the Mythic, the Gilded Crests from them. I don't know if anybody's figured out how yet, but it's probably going to be very, very low compared to Mythic Plus. I had a blast doing 11 on my Demon Hunter, but on the hunt, anything over an 8 is unbearable. The Hunter, gotcha. Even with the pet? I enjoyed doing the ranged Survival Hunter because it was very fun to manage the pet and still do damage. I've had friends say higher delves are as DPS are a nightmare. As a tank though, they were pretty fun. Yeah, it's actually really, really, really good solo content. Maybe I'll go try to get that achievement at some point. To finish all of them without dying. Should be very easy now, I bet. What do you think happens to the achievement? Are they going to add the new one to it, or is there going to be a new achievement? Pets don't have armor, they get squashed. Oh, really? That's interesting. I believe I saw... Man, I'm really fucking this up today. I don't even know how that happens. Just got too close, I guess. I believe I saw the weekly cap for Gilded from tier 11 in season 2 will be 18. Oh, like you can only get 18 a week from there? That's crazy. That's garbage. It's not even enough to like... You can't do anything with that. You can upgrade one single piece once. I'd watch you run delves. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna be doing it on the stream. But if I ever have some time, there's just a lot of stuff I'd like to do, but I'm just so occupied with more difficult endeavors right now. It would be better for DPS next season with the tank brand. That's probably true, yeah. Although if you get hit that hard, it's probably still going to kill him because he's garbage at all the roles he has currently, you know? I kind of find it funny when people run the Elitism helper and it starts announcing themselves. It's a stupid add-on. Nobody should use that thing. It's terrible add-on. He's a fairly decent healer at the moment, is he? Oh, okay. I guess as a Blood Death again, it's just not really ever going to keep up. And those people that have Elitism helper announce everything are usually the ones that take the most avoidable damage. Right. I mean, it's a stupid add-on. I don't know why anybody would have it. If there's a way to do it so it only announces it to you, so maybe you could see exactly what you are getting hit by or something like that, that could be useful, but have it like spamming the party chat like this, it's like, brother, this is such a distraction. It's insane. Like, nobody is going to ever make any type of progressive, like, it's not going to help us in any way succeed. It's going to do the opposite. Hey, Denoise, what's up, buddy? There is announcement. It's just turned down by default. That's a decent feature, at least then. Skyro. Is that how you say that? Skyro, welcome. How's your day going? Though I replaced it with the Elitism helper plugin for details. That way I can go back fight by fight and see what I mess up and should improve on. Sweet. I just have a part of my details mirror so I can see what damage I could have avoided. That's smart. There's a plugin for details. That's cool. I'm pretty sure you can have it only announce the total at the end instead of every instance of it. I'm sure you can, but it's the fact that it's all on by default. It's really weird. That add-on just promotes toxicity. It like confuses people. Yeah, that's what I was like. It's not going to be productive. You're never going to get information from this in the heat of the moment and think like, oh, perfect, I needed that. You know. It's like kind of, it could be looked at as like kind of like recording your runs though. Like you get info on stuff that you might not have realized. But in the heat of the moment, it's just pointless, like, especially because it's potentially like blocking interesting things that might be happening in the chat, you know. Definitely not helpful. Like in any way, especially this shit. Like you're standing in a puddle that does no damage. Why is that getting announced? Like who the fuck cares? Such a pointless thing to have the add-on even announce ever, no matter what. I think maybe it would be less ridiculous though if the name wasn't what it is. Like it's such a stupid fucking name. Like call it something different. Like Elitism helper. Like you really think that's the right term to describe this? Like learning what people are taking damage from. Like that's really weird. They do no damage. Guess I haven't been paying attention. I mean, it does some damage, but it's like there's no point in announcing it. Like you know you're standing in it, right? Like you're not gonna like look at how little damage it does. It does like a million every tick. It's like okay, so who's gonna die to that? You'd have to be standing in that for like 5 seconds. It's not gonna ever come. Like you don't need that to be announced by the add-on. Yeah, triple phase. That's unfortunately become quite common recently. Single target has not been a priority for groups, and we had a death too, I think. Announcing when you interrupt, it just makes no sense either. Well, that is definitely useful to have on a weak ore like this, but yeah, in the chat also totally pointless. Barely avoided the bleeding out of that phase. PvP honor system was implemented on the Classic Anniversary server yesterday. The whole world is an absolute war zone. Oh, really? Yeah. No interest in... I think that's totally me done with Classic. 1x is over for me. I enjoyed it on the private servers, and I just wasn't able to recapture that. I think I use Omni CD for tracking interrupts. It's really great when playing with friends. Sure, being able to track it is definitely huge, like 100%. It's also huge for playing with pugs because you can see like trends on when people interrupt and when they fail to interrupt. I got bored of Classic very fast. I actually love Classic; it's insanely good, but the people just ruin it for me. I had no idea. I've been trying to chase this enjoyment I had of Classic that I kind of lost, like on the Nostalrius days. It was really Elysium, but the servers both went down. And I didn't accomplish my goals on there, so I had been trying to find that, but it's just not possible. And I hadn't realized why until somewhat recently, when I realized that on the 1.12 client, when people played private servers, there was no combat logging, so there could not be this like dick measuring contest in fucking joke mode 30-year-old content. You know what I mean? But as soon as Raider.io and all, well, not Raider.io, but Warcraft logs and all this bullshit infested Classic, it's like, well, now this game is just unrecognizable to me and I don't enjoy it anymore. It took me 3 Classic launches for me to realize that. 2019, then Season of Mastery, and then again the Era servers that just came out again, and now I finally understand why I don't like Classic, because it's just this weird, like, no matter who, like, I joined a guild and this group has like not even 20 players in it, and they're already talking about like parses and here's our Warcraft logs page and all this shit. It's like, why are you even doing this? Like, you don't even have a full roster, you know what I mean? It's just really weird. I don't know. The culture is really a huge turnout for me. So that's it for me in Classic, I think, for good. I'm sure I'll get sucked in again if they ever do a fucking another fresh server, but I'm done with 1x, I think. I really want to be done with 1x one way or the other. It's not fun leveling characters that take like months of your time to level. My favorite add-on is the one that tells me every ability someone gets hit by in chats. That's what we were just talking about, Elitism Helper. Anyway, with an auto marker, it overlays your interrupt tracker with those who kicked what markers last. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a very good add-on. Very good to have that. I need to parse in my 20-year-old game. If you can't 99, why would you play? It's pretty much impossible to recapture doing vanilla WoW for the first time for everyone. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, it's not. Like, that's what I said. Like, I played it in 2004, and I enjoyed it. But then I played it again in, what was that, 2015 or something like that on Nostalrius. And then the server went down. I think BWL had not even come out yet at that point. And then Elysium launched, and it was, like, picking that back up. And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it a lot. Like, I played a lot of those 2 projects, and I wanted to do it again. I had a lot of fun doing it, but you know, unfortunately, the community just is so shit now, and the way the game's played, it's like impossible to enjoy. So I just like, that's it. My shot is gone. You know what I mean? There'll never be another Classic project like that, because Blizzard controls it now, and they allow Raider.io, or I keep saying that, but they allow Warcraft logs to dominate the way people talk about the success of the content. Anyway, the problem with vanilla is that parsing is even less related to player skill than it is in retail. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's totally stupid. It's more about group effort, especially in 40-mans. Yeah, the gearing, the world buffs, like the kill, like, since you have 40 people, you know what I mean? Like, people talk about now, like if you can kill a boss within 1 or 2 CD usages, your CDs are going to carry your DPS. Well, that's extremely true in Classic when fights are like 2 minutes long at least, or at most, you know what I mean? So it's like it's just not relevant. Like Classic should not have that type of culture. And it's not just that either, but that's really the head of it. Like the thing that ultimately turned me off again recently was I was sitting there in a trade chat, just like listening to music basically, and some guy was advertising. He was advertising for like a run where he was like reserving a bunch of bullshit. This is like extremely common. Hard reserve for some fucking reason. I hate this. I really hate this. But besides that, he was also advertising the run. It was going to be a full clear. And in order to join the group, you had to put a deposit down to join. And then you would get your deposit back when you finish the dungeon. Because I guess a lot of people don't finish the dungeon, and the item that he wants on hard reserve is not, like, he's not able to hard reserve it because nobody finishes the fucking dungeon, basically. So he's like, you know what I mean? Like, so instead of just finding a group that's just, like, verbally willing to actually finish the dungeon and maybe you'll get the loot, he's demanding that the item be his, no matter what, if it drops. But nobody actually wants to finish the dungeon with him because he's going to get the item. You understand? So it's, like, crazy. Like, he's the only person in the group who actually cares about finishing the dungeon because he set up these bullshit parameters for the group, and he's now going to force people into staying by making them pay him, and then to get their money back they have to finish the group that he's the only one who's going to get anything from. Like, it's like, well, okay, this has gone way out of control. They should just have personal loot. Maybe if Project 8 on Classic is going to be personal loot, I will play it again, because that actually would be a huge step towards it being a lot better, but it's just weird. I don't know. There was an entire video essay about how Classic is nothing but instrumental play or expectation of perfect play. Oh yeah. It's just really bad. The whole culture is so different from private servers, which is really strange. My new favorite, looking for healer. All healer geared, hard reserved. Yeah, the whole reserving thing has gotten way out of control. On private servers, it used to be the opposite. People would offer tanks gear. Like, you can have the Primal Nether in TBC servers. This was really common. Like, you tank my dungeon, you'll get a Primal Nether piece, the Primal Nether every time. I've never seen, like, people make these groups and they're just like, I'm taking the loot. You can still come, but I'm taking the loot. I'm taking the loot. Like, I can't do this without you, but you still have no choice. Like, I have to take the loot. I don't know why people can't just fucking roll for loot. I really don't get it. It's like, you're taking content that has zero replayability as it is, like outside of just enjoyment. You gain nothing from doing dungeons and Classic outside of gear. Or maybe an attunement, you know? And you're taking that zero replayability content and making it even smaller. It's really weird. I want to be done with dungeons ASAP. Why? Surely that group just never fills? No, all the time they fill, yeah. But I mean, it's like, if it's like a rogue or something like that, hard reserving something, then yeah, probably not. But like a tank or healer doing it, it's like, yeah, they're gonna get people. Because they don't even enjoy playing the game? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not playing the game for the right reasons. And then that's like everybody. It's like that now, so it's just hard to enjoy. Nostalgia is what sucks people back in. It's not that the game was actually good back then, but you're never going to get back the feeling of playing the game for the first time. The game is... So that... I definitely disagree with that. I mean, I think there's a lot of nostalgia too, for sure. But Classic is actually very good. It's actually a very good game, and I play it a ton. I just don't play it on live servers with people who actually are real people. Which one? Yeah, it's coincidentally this one good. Have you ever had Mythic Plus title in any season? No. Are you done pushing for the season? Nope. I don't. There's no. If I was done pushing, I wouldn't be playing this character anymore. Like, I don't like. There's no such thing as pushing for me. I just do keys because they're fun. I wouldn't like only ever do keys that are fun or are for score. One of the two. Like, it's gotta be both. You know. But yeah, there's just not a lot of keys. I guess that's your actual question. So in order to keep the content moving, we gotta do keys that we don't need for score often. It's like 14 is gonna be like the wall for the pug community even now. I thought it might change after the... It's definitely more common to see 14s now, but you got people like that just getting one shot by a fox. I could see why these people are struggling.
Beware.
One of us is not like the others.
I only ask as I notice you chilling in 13s. Yeah, I just don't like. There's just not like. If we only ever signed up to keys we needed for score, we would never. We'd be here doing maybe one dungeon a day, basically. Especially earlier. Now I probably can get into more. I should probably commit to it a little bit more, but yeah, like a month ago, it was like I wouldn't get in a single 14 I signed up to. I've seen people pugging 16s, 17s on Reddit. Maybe they're not telling the full truth though. I think they probably are. It's just they're ahead of that curve, you know. I'm not saying it's like an actual hard cap or anything. It's just unlikely that you're going to succeed at this level if you're not already at this level. The jump from 11 to 12 is crazy. Yeah. I think they're lessening that next season though. I don't fully understand what their changes, but there's definitely 16s and stuff in queue. Odds of them taking a death knight is slim though. Yeah. The main thing I learned in Classic almost 4 years is that people are just bad.
Beware.
And even guilds on the top of the realms, the only real success you saw with them within those year were pug discords. What does that mean? I really enjoyed my time playing Classic, and it's really sad that this is now the way it is, but it's just not possible for me to enjoy it anymore, I don't think.
Beware.
So instead of a flat 10 on every key above 12, it changes the normal 10% scaling to just be 12 instead. Just be 12% instead. So as a I just don't understand what that means, I guess. So is a 12 going to be easier than it is right now? Like, is the 13 going to be easier, or is it just going to be a 12 that's easier?
Your survival wasn't necessary.
He just powers me? How did that guy get me up so fast? Wait, what? Oh, he rests somebody else. That's just a coincidence. That's funny. Exploit early, exploit often, or no 20 keys for you? Huh? Oh, we're not talking about 20s, one or the other. I'm not sure what that comment is, but... Keys will be easier till 17. After the 17, the math makes them harder. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So it's not just 12s that are becoming easier, it's all keys are becoming easier? I thought their goal was to try to give 12s like a lot less of a jump, but then still make 13s like a higher progression than everything else. That's interesting. Title's raging about the versatility exploits on last podcast was entertaining. Oh yeah. As long as you find it entertaining. I mean, the person doing 20 can't even complete in the Great Push anymore. Why? I guess I missed something. What have I missed? You get wildly better raids within Discord servers run by people for raids. On my realm, we had those pugs clear new raids before guilds. Oh yeah. Is that like a GDKP thing or something? I don't know. Why would you not be in a Discord? Why would you be in a Discord but not in a guild? I think a current 12 will be like a 14 next season. Oh, that's crazy. So we'll see like 15s and 16s next season then probably. Why you keep doing 13s when you don't get anything? I enjoy them, yeah. But I don't look at scores the only reason to play the game, so I wouldn't agree that I don't gain anything.
Beware.
Azalea is banned from WoW Esports. Something else, right? That was not related to whatever you guys were just talking about. Elitism helpers going off. Yeah. So annoying.
Beware. Beware.
Azalea has raging tyrannical affix 24/7 versus his partner. What's the reason you don't play other tanks? I don't enjoy it, yeah. I enjoy it less than Blood Death Knight, basically. Azalea was the healer doing well for his 20s, now is banned from WoW Esports, but why banned? That's what my question was. It was either GDKP or people without guilds building their own mini communities. Gotcha. Allegations of domestic abuse. That's pretty nuts. So you're not allowed to compete for something in a video game that you're allowed to play because of allegations that haven't even been... Like, is the person been tried or gone to prison or something? That's fucked up, man. This world is really weird anymore. Aren't you thinking of Method Josh? I think it's maybe both people, yeah. It's only allegations. It's not even domestic abuse. It's mutual in their relationship. What does that mean? Like these people constantly fight with each other or something? That would be actually kind of crazy. I feel like you and your girlfriend or whatever, like, just like beating the shit out of each other for some reason, but then you got like fucking canceled over it, even though she's like totally good with it. Like, that'd be nuts, dude. This fucking world is getting weirder and weirder. They had a very toxic relationship. Oh yeah. Hey, bless, welcome. Just talking about weird shit. Yeah, welcome to the stream. They're both abusing each other. Yeah, that's crazy. Is the other person a WoW player? They like it on some sick, perverse level. Is it actually the case? Like, it's mutually agreed upon that they both enjoy being physically harmful to each other? Or you guys are making this shit up, surely, right? It's all allegations, but I think it's insane that Blizzard will ban you just to avoid bad press. That's unacceptable. That's totally fucked up. Well, it shouldn't get you banned in WoW, but it shouldn't get you banned from WoW tournaments either. That's my point. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with a WoW tournament? That's ridiculous. Like, yeah, man. California and shit that's gone on that state has gone way too far. In a partner PvP relationship, the femme should be able to have a tag team partner to make it a level playing field. It's getting really weird now. Method Josh happened in 2020. What's crazy, that was 18 months. We had no idea why he got banned off Twitch. Then the allegations surfaced. 18 months? It definitely wasn't that long, I don't think. I remember it happening in BFA. There is such a thing. BDSM is nothing new. Well, this is different, I think. I don't know what they're even talking about at this point, to be honest. But yeah, somebody basically got canceled because they're in a relationship and there's allegations of domestic abuse, but apparently there's allegations of domestic abuse by the woman as well to him, and that's just not considered. Like, that's just not part of the story, I guess. Yeah, definitely need context on that one, so don't think we're getting it. I don't know why we've been talking about it at this point. Just two parties abusing each other with domestic abuse. Basically the Spider-Man meme, yeah. Right, I guess it's not consensual one way or the other, but it's two people doing it, so it's like almost kind of becomes consensual. I don't know, like, can you not say there's self-defense in some way? Strange, very strange. I hope your stream goes well. Me too. Thanks, how you been? How's your day? Also worth noting that it's not just one allegation. It's from his last 3 girlfriends. Oh, yeah. Well, either way. Strange stuff going on in WoW. I hate fights. I think the allegations are that he was abusive with 3 different women. Oh, really? Well, that's a bit worse. Certainly making it worse for him. More one-sided. Another Straz has entered the chat. What's up? Welcome. Do you think it's okay to beat a woman if she hits you? It's not beating at that point, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're getting into a fist fight where both sides are equally fighting, then that's not beating a woman, right? That's a whole different thing. The concept of beating a woman means that she's defenseless and unable to do anything back, basically. Simple Riot, what's up? Welcome. Always late to the party. Wow, you're not missing much. Today was pretty normal so far, stream-wise. What's going on with priests? Method Josh was a priest too. Not helping the Catholic Church stereotype. Oh, the Zealot person is a priest as well. I think they also just play everything though, don't they? Josh was like known for priest, but most of the healers nowadays are just, they play everything. Elitism helper just keeps going off. Yep, we're getting a lot of help from the add-on.
Beware.
You kind of have to be slightly deranged to play healer in the first place. I guess so. That makes sense why I stopped doing it then, I guess, huh? That's just too far away to res. Gotta get him. Where is he? Holy shit, all the way over there. I'm pretty deranged. I love healing this.
Beware.
As long as the healer does DPS, but healing only is oof. Oh, really? Definitely would be very boring to play it if you don't actually try to like maximize its kit and only heal. I think a lot of people do that, and I don't know how they have fun playing it. Glad to see the boss flickers for you too. Oh yeah, yeah. That's not. I guess that's not just me. I've seen that a lot. Been a bug since the dungeon came out. Oh, really? Hey, Metro, what are your thoughts on preservation evokers? Never see them. Never get to see them, so I don't have any thoughts. Take a look at the stats for the ones we have seen, but they're very rare. That's why I like Evoker and Monk healing the most. Do some damage, and it's critical to the healing experience. Yeah, that's probably makes it more fun, right? Evoker's like that too, huh? That's cool. Disc and Evoker are both like that, as well as Monk. Didn't even think about that. I ran maybe 100 keys and not seen a single preservation. Oh yeah, this Nina guy keeps appealing. Nina guy. Yes, Nina has appeared in a lot of keys. It's a viewer, I'm pretty sure, because they sent me a picture a while ago when we were in a run together. That was the run. There you go. Welcome. Who are you in the chat? So I know who to tell people you are. But anyway, yeah, that was the run from last week, the clip that I uploaded. They were in that run too, and they got whispered by that idiot who was blaming the the Illidan warrior for dying. Anyway, let's see. It's 13. Completion, at least. We got Resto Shaman named Cum Buckets. That's a good one. Ellie. Brutal Gore, the Demon Hunter. And Metal, the Monk. A couple of Windwalkers. We're seeing a good amount of them now for some reason. Evoker is my favorite healer. If you play it right with the combos and ramps, it's a powerhouse. Oh, sweet. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot. I mean, let's see how many we've actually seen. The War Within stats. 24 only. 5% of all healers are Monk. That's actually not that few. It's not even this. Well, no, yeah, it's the second lowest. Monk at 26. That number's rising, though. And then Holy Priest is actually our lowest at 7. And that's all keys. We have that again on 12 stats. So in 12s, we've only seen 6 Evokers. 1% of all healers are Evokers. Even after the Disc Priest fad, we have still 61% of all healers are Shaman. That's crazy. 24 is pretty low. Monk is also really, really good, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think they're on the rise. I think there was probably 0 for the first, like, 7 or 8 weeks of the season, yeah. Did they change anything about depletes yet? They're not changing anything in Season 2 either. What do you mean? I was watching your older live streams, and I came across when I first came here. It was a tune of Sargeras launch. Tomb of Sargeras launch. Oh, yeah? From the raid or something like that? I used to stream the raid back in the day. That was the time when Harry fell asleep, right? That was such a legendary moment. Tomb of Sargeras night, I convinced Harry, who was in England, to play with us, and he's like up at like 5 a.m. raiding, so he just falls asleep in the middle of a boss fight. It was crazy. A 12 will never deplete below 12, right? In Season 2? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was confused what depletion means, I guess. Yeah, that's true. Yep. No key can go below 12 once, but you have to have a certain score, 2850, and then no keys can go below 12 without your willing it to happen. Mistweavers get a good buff next patch with their Jade Lightning too. It's gonna be wild. Oh, sweet. Like a DPS buff, you mean? That's fun. You got to Fallen Avatar on normal before calling it. Oh, Fallen Avatar. Was that, did Harry fall asleep? was that the time? Do you remember that? That was so funny. Is that the real overall? I doubt it. Yes it is. I don't even know what to say about that. Good work, Nina. I guess. 1.3 billion more damage than everybody else. Ellie's pretty good at miss. I think it's just that player. What add-on shows the rating in the group listings? It's a weak ore. It's called Dungeon, Rio, and Spec. It's in my UI video if you need it. Oh, see, there's just no 14s at all. Like, look, there's not a single one. There's a 15. But yeah, go. Oh, yes. Grim Batol with the guy whose best Grim Batol is an 11. We want to do that one. Invite me. I have 14 SV. I'm a prop pally main, but I can ret if you want. Nah, it's all good, man. You can do it. Do it as on your main. You'll be better off. I was just saying, people were asking before, like, why I don't do more 14s. It's just, there's just not a lot out there. Oh, wow. The Nina character is only 30-11 as well. I thought the character would be like way higher, given the DPS. Grim Batol is where the magic happens. I love this dungeon. It's become a really good dungeon. Nope. Guess we're not doing it. What happened? He invited a prop pally instead. Gotta get carried even harder. Oh, you're Nina? Oh, cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that character. You're playing it really well. Keep it up. Back in mists. I've given up lusting first pack in Batol up to 12. Gather on the pack nearly always ends up in disaster. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a long conversation about that one day. Ultimately, it does seem like it's better to be a little bit safer on that pull and not maximize lust. How often did you run your own key? 0. 0 times. Would you get target griefed? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. But maybe. That's not why I don't run it though. I don't run it because it's not enjoyable. I don't like the feeling of like, all right, I have a list of all these people. I can choose whoever I want. I chose that guy. And then 5 minutes into the key, he's like, you are fucking shit tank, lol. You know what I mean? It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible feeling. When it's my own key and I physically chose the person who now makes me feel like I'm not a good player, or that they're mad at me, or that one way or the other they're unhappy. It really feels like I just invited my own misery, you know? So I just don't do that, because if I did that frequently, it would cause me to really burn out quickly and have a lot less fun. You'd get grief by that guy who kicked you from down last week. Well, that guy's not going to get invited. That's, I mean, like, you can't really get, like, I don't know how it would even happen, because I'd have to invite the guy. So it happened once, it's going to be the end of it. I used to hate Grim Batol, but now it's one of my favorites. I really couldn't tell you what changed. For me, the big thing was I learned like a much better route and a much better pacing through the dungeon. It really helped. We were at, like, it's kind of like City of Threads. Like, I feel like if I had that happen in City of Threads, I'd probably like that dungeon a lot more too. I just meant he's the type of person who would try. Oh yeah, I was just saying it's like not really possible. Like, you'd need, like, these people would need to have absolutely nothing to do with their days. They'd just be like constantly having characters that I don't recognize try to do it. Good morning, Metro. Hey, Coldar, welcome. It's 1:30 here now, so not quite anymore, but hopefully we'll have some success in the run.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go.
And now you learn the true lesson.
Need
of
Tremor
the
Totem.
void.
Wait, don't start. Need Tremor Totem. Swapping talents. Damn, bro. Rip. What the fuck? That guy just like charges into the one mob that's definitely not going to get gripped. That's funny. At least we got a countdown. Red flag for me is no countdown. Even more when they don't do a ready check. That's like new. That's like low key shit. Yeah. Very common in low keys to not have a countdown. This one's going pretty well. New superhero appears, Frontal Man. What is that comment? I don't get it.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Surprise, surprise, Shaman dead already. Fun run. Group God. Says the guy who put the key in when somebody's outside the dungeon asking to get a talent change. That's funny. Strange one there. I just heard about Zayla being banned from WoW because of allegations of being toxic to an ex-girlfriend. Can anyone explain what toxic means? Who said toxic? Before we were talking about it, I don't know if you heard it here or what. Maybe you're saying something else, but they're not banned from WoW. They're only banned from the esports events, which is what I was reacting to, which seems insane. And they're not. It's nothing to do with being toxic. Apparently, there's physical abuse allegations. And then somebody countered saying that there's physical abuse allegations about the woman as well. So we got into this kind of strange philosophical debate about whether or not that even counts at that point. But then another counterpoint gets made saying that it's not just about this one relationship, and then this person's been physical with multiple women, so that may potentially be why they are not looked at as somebody the WoW esports team is going to work with. Even though I don't think that's, I don't know, I don't really like that, but if it's not a meritocracy, then I'm not interested in watching it. And if the best players are getting segregated out simply because of something that's not even potentially proven, then good luck. You've really gone down a dark path with that idea. Anyway, he wasn't banned from WoW. He was removed from Echo, right? Yeah. Did you hear the news? The bald eagle is finally the national bird of the US? What do you mean, finally? Blizzard can and has banned several people from competitive play. Tons of PvPers have been permanently banned. Oh, really? There's been 2 girlfriends that accused him. I'm not counting the third. That sounds too fishy. Oh, why? I don't know a thing about it. I don't even know who the guy is. Like, I literally don't. First time I've ever heard the name before. It's in this chat. It comes down to a pattern of behavior and being associated with them. Most people don't have 3 allegations in this period. It was 3, not 2. Gotcha. Well, either way, it doesn't sound like... If it's truly... Yeah, if it's truly that way, then yeah, it's a problem. And I could see why the company wouldn't want to associate with them. But... the thing that I just never really understand about this idea of allegations, it's like, well, is there proof? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? If there's proof, then why is he not being charged? Like, I don't... what's the problem here? I guess I just don't understand how it works, because I've never seen it happen in real life, but... it just seems very disingenuous sometimes. Like, these people aren't actually concerned with justice. They're just trying to get fame out of it for themselves or something like that. We had a Holy Pally as well, I didn't realize. Fury Warrior. They did their own internal investigation as well, which they didn't disclose the results of. Who? Blizzard? Ow. Did this happen in game or something? I don't, like, what? How would they get involved? His team? What team? Echo said if a third came out, he would be removed. Then the third came out. What the fuck? That is really fishy, actually. Echo did the in-house investigation, but how? Like, what? Do they have lawyers or detectives on their staff or something? How do you do an investigation of somebody that doesn't even live in your same town? Should I put Frontal Man? That'd be the Frontal Man key. It's snowing in Atlanta. Oh, shit. Yeah, I heard Texas got a lot of snow, too. Did we put that on both sheets for some reason? I thought I didn't. Yes. Okay, good. All right. That was a weird one. Go sign up to that one. See how that goes. Oh, Grim Batol, though. We got rain here. You're in what, Florida? Can't remember. Only the north areas, though. All I got in Houston was cold rain and wind. Oh, really? Metro, you committed domestic violence on me. Now you have an accusation. That's what I mean. Like, that's what it can, like, literally be just that, it sounds like, right? I don't know. It seems like a very tenuous situation. Somebody who might not even have ever even met you could easily, you know what I mean? It's really strange. I think everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Maybe I'm wrong. That's how it's supposed to be, yeah. But it's not that way anymore, unfortunately. Accusations and allegations are all it takes. It feels that way, yeah, which is really weird. I don't know why a company like Blizzard, I mean, I know why, because they're in fucking California, of course, but I don't know why a company like Blizzard would, like, debase the law with their decision-making like that. Like, that's really not a situation for a company to choose. Like, if this guy is a criminal and not allowed to produce public information and public, you know, if he's not allowed to have a public image, then you don't associate with him. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, it's a competitive tournament, isn't it? Like, is he one of the best players in the world? Then he should be in the tournament. It didn't help his case that he said he was going to fight it. He didn't. He wasn't going to fight it. Oh, I mean, I guess that doesn't help, yeah. So that means he's probably knows he's guilty at least, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he probably is guilty if everything that you guys say is true, so. But it's just weird to me that nobody ever, like, actually tries to get the law involved anymore. I don't know why that's the case. Can I see your list again? I can just link it, yeah. You guys want a copy of this? The fire didn't reach Blizzard headquarters. I don't think that, yeah, they're in Irvine, right? So it's like very far away from the LA stuff. Like, it was so far away from LA that when I went to BlizzCon, we didn't fly into LAX. We flew into Irvine, John Wayne International, it's called. Some don't fight because of legal fees. It's a tough decision, especially when you're already being destroyed publicly. Well, but that was, so is there actually legal proceedings in this case? If that's the case, then maybe I can see that, yeah. But it doesn't sound like there was. It sounds like it's just pure allegations. So there's nothing to get legal fees involved in. You just say, I didn't do it. Can you prove that I did it? I think a lot of those times, though, there's usually some, like, there's some truth to it, you know? And then they don't want to get involved in it because even, like, the person was like, well, this happened, this happened, this happened, and this happened. But really, maybe only one of the two things happened. But they're like, well, I don't even want to, like, just, it's fine. You win. You know what I mean? Because you don't want even that one thing to be proven true. That's why you leave no survivors or witnesses, noob. He'd be in on the tournament, no problem. It's kind of dark, but... Usually they side with the allegations beforehand. Not worth the hassle, right? There could or might be, and even that fear stops some people. Don't always make sense, but that's how some think. Gotcha. So is this person still like streaming, and or they just literally just play the game and they don't do anything else, or what? 2 rats. We got 2 rats. Look at that. Crack smoker. What key is this now? Oh, yeah, Dawnbreaker. I think we ported here, didn't we? How's Blood Death Knight so far in the PTR? There's no actual changes to it, so. He does stream. Oh, okay. And so there's no issues on Twitch? That's more surprising to me than Blizzard, to be honest. Also, just think about Method. Method got destroyed because they said they were investigating the allegations instead of terminating his contract. Yeah, and those people, are, like anybody who did that, who thought like Method was doing something wrong there is just an idiot. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't let these people win. Like, this is wrong. It's not right to do this. If there's no actual proof of something happening, then it should not be something that gets acted on. Like, that's just how it is. I don't know what happened with Method or whatever. I actually thought you were going to say something else, so this is more interesting to me than that. But I thought you were going to say that the reason Echo acted so quickly is because of Method's failures. And I think you probably would be right if you said that. I know you didn't actually say that, but I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna pretend you said it, and you're right. Great point. Because I think that's probably exactly what happened here. When they said they did an internal investigation or whatever that bullshit is. It's like, no, the fuck you didn't. You just kicked the guy out because you don't want to deal with this again. Right? Because it's the same people, isn't it? It's just not like SCO. It's like everybody else is like the same people, right? I think. I don't know. I don't know who's in charge of this shit, but it's crazy. We don't know if there's no proof. They just haven't discussed it, disclosed it to us for a number of reasons. No, we know there's no proof. Otherwise, there'd be a legal case, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if there was legal actions ramified upon the person, then we'd have a topic to discuss here. But until that, it's just conjecture. It's like to ban somebody from an event that's supposed to be like a meritocracy, you know? Like, it's a tournament. It's an esports event. Like, it's not a fucking popularity contest. Like, what the fuck is the point? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Is he one of the best players in the game? Then, of course, he should be allowed to qualify for the event. That's absurd. It's really fucking ridiculous that they would even do that. Brew is definitely in a worse and forgotten state. Oh, yeah. They are all method X-Raiders. Okay, so you were saying that the whole... Yeah, alright. I just maybe misunderstood. Metro, do you think it would be good for me to practice a dead class in Season 2? If you enjoy it, yeah, whatever you enjoy. How do people know what is dead next season based off what from the PTR? I don't think they're saying it's I don't think they're saying it's dead yet, but I don't know, maybe. You don't always press charges. You don't press charges in cases of legal ramifications. I mean, if you don't, then you're not a criminal, right? Like, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. I think Echo doesn't owe him an explanation either. Just like any corporation. Oh yeah, the Echo thing, that doesn't surprise me. Like I said, we were just talking about that. Like, I think they're reacting that way because of the method situation, and they don't want to lose their brand. But I was really offended by the Blizzard thing. Like, that's unacceptable if you ask me. A company that's supposed to be hosting an esports event is not allowing one of the best players in the game to play their game because of some bullshit. Like, that's just totally unacceptable. Wait, what is this about? He's not banned from the Great Push. Echo just doesn't want him on their team. Oh. Wait, what? He is banned from the Great Push. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. I was going to say, you guys lied about that? That'd be really bad. How does Rhett look for next season? I don't know yet. I mean, there's not even, like, done tuning passes on the PTR yet, so we can't really say. Yoda says Vengeance is broken and will be meta next season. And again, there's like, yeah, I would wait until there's tuning passes, because I don't think it's going to be the way it is today, the way it is when it comes in. I was thinking about trying Shadow Priest. Yeah, that would probably not be a popular one. It never is unless it's super powerful. It'll be fixed, and it's only broken due to bugs. It'll be fixed, and it'll be worse than Prop Pallies. Would you call it a bug? I think it's just like a weird design on their set bonus. That's what makes them so powerful, right? Shadow Priest was popular in Dragonflight, right? Because it was so powerful. If it's not like the top DPS, then it's usually looked at as the worst, one of the worst. Hate it when I'm tanking. They give me lead without saying anything and expect me to ready check. And oh, is that? I didn't even realize that happened. Thanks for bringing it up. We would have been sitting here all day. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that like incumbent responsibility on the tank is one of the things that makes tanking a lot more stressful, and I think a lot of people just don't recognize that for some reason. Shadow Priest isn't top DPS, they don't ever get invited. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm having problems getting into 8s as Fury Warrior because we got nerfed a lot. 8s are populated heavily by a lot of people who are farming, you know, so you're going to have like 3k players signing up to 8s. That's probably why you're having trouble getting in. I would recommend doing your own key at 8 and 10 to make sure you can pick the best players. I started doing my own key as a tank at 11 because people are stupid and don't know how to build good team comps. Oh, really? You know, I don't see... Oh, what are we like wipe into this first pack? You don't see a lot of bad team comps nowadays, but when they happen, they're very offensive. Like to not invite a Bloodlust or something like that. Luckily, Shaman is so meta and Paladin and stuff. Like you see them all the time, but... Who Red Palace is a bad team comp? I wouldn't say so, if that's what you meant. This is fine. Double red I'd take over fucking Og every day. 3 question marks, 1 minute into a key? Yep. I mean, I don't... You died to a casted spell. I don't know what else. What else did you die to? I don't know. Five Paladins would be a good team comp. Honestly, yeah, it probably would be. Death Knights are so cool. Oh yeah? Well, you never... What do you mean? What are you reacting to? I love Death Knights. I love the Paladin Death Knight connection though too, to be honest. Such an iconic thing about WoW. Like I don't know many other fantasy universes where that's like a thing. Like 2 major universe type heroes are like one thing versus the other, you know? It's kind of interesting. Are BM Hunters any better next patch? That I don't know. Maybe maybe Faxi does though. Uther versus Arthas, I know. Like the best. Like I love Paladin versus Death Knight. It's such a cool thing. Just everything, animation, class, fantasy, lore. Yeah, it's Death Knight is really strong. Faxi says yes, good. I had a BM Hunter who was pumping last key. What? It's like that in Star Wars. Well, that's more like a faction, right? Sith and Jedi are a faction. Would you call those a class? Like it's not like that's a Horde and Alliance is still the case, obviously, but I'm talking about 2 classes that are like adversarial and like complementary to each other in such a way that I don't know of many fantasy universes that have something like that. Their small talent changes are 10x better than the Marksman rework. Oh, really? I request Paladin and Shadow Knight's the same. Oh, okay, cool. It's like a Paladin, like the Shadow Knight becomes a Shadow Knight because they're no longer a Paladin. Is that how it works? Something like that. I wanted to go Marksman, but it looks like BM is back. Oh yeah. Transmogs and Legendaries you can use too as those classes is nice. Yeah, a 2-handed weapon always looks good in this game. Like a 2-handed strength type weapon looks so good in WoW. I think it's like, you know, because if you look back at all the most iconic weapons in the Warcraft universe, they're usually that, you know? It's usually a big 2-handed weapon. Like, even though Shadowmourne is only wielded with 1 hand, I think if it was in WoW, it would be considered a 2-handed weapon. And then, like, obviously, most of the legendaries, you have many of them 2-handed weapons. You have the Ashbringer 2-handed weapon. You have Staff, like the Medivh Staff 2-handed weapon. It's rare that you have, like, a small weapon in the universe and it be, like, a big thing. It's really just the glaives, I feel like. Yeah, Gorehall, another one. What are some other examples? Really, Doomhammer is unique because Thrall actually wields it, and that is definitely a one-hander, but he only uses it with, like, he uses a one-hander with 2 hands. So that's another weird example, I guess. Thunder Fury is a one-hander, but that's, like, that's WoW. That's, like, only WoW. That was not present in the lore anywhere else. Yeah, Sulfuris, definitely. I mean, like, the non-WoW stuff, like, things that are legendary about the universe outside of WoW. Do you mount farm? Never. I don't like mounts. I don't collect mounts. The pack leader changes are so cool. Every 30 seconds, you summon a big buff pet. Oh, that's WoW. It's like a dire beast on speed or something, on a steroid. I don't mount farm, but I Mog farm. I do like Transmog farming. I have not really done it recently, but I really do enjoy collecting Transmog. Like, if there's a chance to collect Transmog, I prioritize that. Small weapons just don't really fit in WoW. Yep, I agree. Now, this is something I didn't realize until the anniversary was ending. But you guys know those classic weapons that got added to live WoWs for the anniversary, right? Which are really cool, by the way. They're all great. Hopefully you guys got them. If not, I feel bad for you. You missed out. I think they're going to come back, though, at some point. But anyway, those weapons, right? One of them's a Paladin weapon. And for some reason, I have no idea why, you can also use it as a one-hander. It's a two-handed weapon that can be used as a one-hander. It's like, what the fuck? That's insanely cool. I really wish I still... I gotta play Paladin more, man, because there's so many good transmogs. Paladin has the best transmogs. Death Knight has cool shit, but honestly, their transmogs are relatively samey. There's not all these different colors and styles and stuff. Like, they're all very similar. But Paladin has so many different aesthetics to it. It's, like, so iconic. I think it's the best for that. Thanks for sub, Brokery Foods. Welcome. Does the jump for 12 to 13s feel that different from a tank perspective? 12 to 13? No, not really. It's been a long time since I made that jump, though. I don't know. But 14 to 13, if your question is that, then no, definitely not. They're very similar. It's harder, yes, but not, like, substantially. One pally is doubling the other's DPS. Oh, well, that person's also dead, so that doesn't help. Slash party, thank you. No problem, buddy. 11 to 12, I would say is the biggest jump. Oh, obviously, yeah. I mean, that's kind of goes without saying. That is definitely the case. Beware. I mistyped that here. Oh, that wasn't meant to be in. That's funny. Slash party, question mark, question mark, question mark. Hank noob, lol. Did you also mistype that, or is that in response to Gustav's party? $11 to $12, the jump is insane, but it won't exist. Yeah, it should be a lot smaller, I guess, right? Is it gonna be like substantially smaller, right? Is that what it's gonna end up as? It's actually weird that they're even going to do what they're doing with the no depleted 12s in if they're going to keep that gap that small. I actually haven't played WoW in a while. Oh, really? Yeah, what have you been up to? Path of Exile or something?
I feel the dog's embrace.
They're playing Elite Dangerous. Oh, I've never heard that. I don't like Path of Exile 2. Oh, no. I dislike the Ascendancy Trials. Oh, gotcha. Well, we talked about it yesterday, and it set me down this path of, like, insane creativity. And I just really... I actually have to say, like, those games have such creativity with their design, one way or the other. Even if the games are fun or not fun, I don't know, but... Yeah, Path of Exile, and... I will also say, like, Diablo 2 and that modding community that ultimately led to Path of Exile. It's like, apparently Path of Exile is just like a mod. Like, it just took all the ideas from, like, modded Diablo 2 early days and made it better. Whoever came up with all these, like, gambling on gambling ideas in an ARPG, like, you're a fucking genius that came up with the perfect system. And it's very creative, I think, the systems that have come out from that. I just took a shower and I'm feeling like I've just been reborn. Oh yeah. Alright. Well, hopefully that'll continue. Usually I do that, and then after like 20 minutes, I start getting cold because it's fucking 20 degrees outside. Oh yeah, maybe it was a did you mean baptism? Yeah, it might have been a mistranslation. Time my first 12 Dawnbreaker as Blood yesterday. It felt mostly the same, except for the big trash guys. You think it's mostly the same from 11? That's surprising. I haven't heard that opinion a lot. It's definitely not a shower. WoW players don't shower. Oh. That's a great point, but I don't think they're very religious either. I think on average. What are you planning to do with those Libras lists? The reason I put the description down there is because at the end of the season I make a video like reviewing all the funniest ones or the most unique ones. So in the beginning days when I started doing that, it was like a lot of fucking work to go back and watch every single one. And that was in the beginning when there wasn't like disbands every other key. So it started to become like, it would be like 10 hours of watching videos just to make this video. So I just stopped making it because it was too much work. But then Grawl found the video and reviewed it, and now the rest is history. So it's like, now I definitely have to do this every season because it's become a huge staple of the channel. And it's just way easier for me to just kind of review the run as it happened and just remind myself with that documentation at the end of the season to remember which ones I wanted to review, basically. Definitely not religious. WoW players only believe in tier lists. Now that Blizzard is owned by Microsoft, do you think quality will decline over time? No, I don't think it's going to have any impact on the game whatsoever, honestly. People always said that about Activision too, but when I went to BlizzCon headquarters, there was 0 people wearing Activision shirts. Every single person was a Blizzard employee there, and that's the people who are working on the game, so... It's possible that like they're making top-down like directives, like, okay, you have to release the game at this date, you have to make this X amount of money, but... They're not like, ooh, yeah, we really think Blood Death Knight should be buffed. You should buff them. Like, they're not doing that. Nobody at Microsoft is overseeing any, like, actual day-to-day thing of the game. You should run for president and incarcerate every lever. I don't think you'd be able to get that through the House. There's probably a lot of fucking lever cowards in politics, you know? Hey Metro, what are your thoughts on the new set bonuses? I had a thought, and then I tested it, and it's like they changed the set bonus. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I don't really have any thoughts currently. Make it an executive order. Are you allowed to just do you only got like one of those or something? Like, how do you do it? What is an executive order? You can just do that, or what?
There's a lieutenant in my house. Kill it.
Beware, beware.
Why is that mob feared? Oh my god, man. Holy shit, dude. Are you joking? Okay, cool.
Beware.
Is this person like participating? What is happening right now?
Beware.
Oh, there goes Purgatory. Why are they dead?
Beware.
What was that? I have to look back. I missed something. They were like not here for like a 30 seconds or maybe longer, and then they just died. Like what? And now that they must have DC'd or went AFK while they were flying or something. I guess is that what happened? No, I can't. That direction. What? I don't know how they could be that. What the hell happened? Did we do the entire church without them? Maybe is that what happened? I didn't even notice it. Two rats don't make a right. I like that. That's a funny phrase. Yeah, okay, they're DC'd. That makes sense. So they probably DC'd while they were flying, and then their character just flew out of the dungeon, basically.
Beware.
Hotel Wi-Fi. Wait, what? I think he's lagged out. Wait, what are these people talking about? You know this person?
Beware. Beware.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, it's gotta be lag, right? If you haven't read the book Plain Ice, The Rise and Fall of Blizzard, the ending of it gives a good idea of Microsoft's vision for Blizzard, and it's mostly just be Blizzard. Oh yeah. And who knows, like, why? Who wrote that? I guess was the. How does anybody know that? I guess. Takes a real hard head to deal with success rates of high keys. Yeah, you gotta be resilient. Okay. Donnie breaks. Strange to span there. Dick's Priest. Double Rat. Rare to put two things in the same. And then Elemental Shaman named Crack Smoker. You gotta be crazy if I fucking type that in and be like, yeah, that's the name I want. It's not the worst name I've seen. That one's like just, I mean, I've seen like childish names and I think like people think it's funny, you know what I mean? But like to call yourself like that's not funny. Like what is that? Why would you name yourself Crack Smoker? Like what? I saw a guy on Classic named Cokehead. It's like, yeah, that's just like not funny. What is that? Are you actually that? Like, is that you just identifying as this now? Like, that's really weird. It's written by Jason Schreiber, very respected industry, and worked directly with employees while writing it. So somebody who doesn't actually work at the company. Not even the worst we've seen on this channel. Imagine introducing your... Yeah, hey guys, my name's... You can call me Crack Smoker. My real name's Ronaldo, but yeah, you can call me Crack Smoker. Please don't refer to me as my real life name. I prefer my in-game name, Crack Smoker. My shaman is named Arsehole and has the smelly title. Oh, I get it. That one I'm surprised you can have at this point. Oh, there's Hector. I knew this would happen. Instead of leaving and risk getting suspended, just a fake DC. You can't be serious at this point, right? Alright, that's that. Let's move on. Next one. Actually, no, I wanted to look at it just to see because I'm still confused how they actually died. Is Crack Smoker the one that did? Just got here but played with him a couple days ago. No, not the one that DC'd. He's just the one that left when the other guy DC'd. Like, we could have continued there. Just gave up really quick. Attention's super lenient, you guys know that. Yeah, we still have yesterday's bods. I won't keep the one. I'll just delete them all because I'm gonna have to get most of it from the stream anyway. There's too many funny moments there. Okay, let's do this. So they died on the boss and then stay dead. And they even said like, I was out of that. So maybe it was truly lag, I don't know. Then they just like don't come back, I guess? Oh, no, they do. Okay, they're here. Then die again. Land, look at this. Here they come now, about to land, watch, swooping in from somewhere. Boom, dead. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know, this guy says GG lols. And so I didn't even realize this guy was like ready to quit the second we were done with the boss, basically. Like, bro. This is an upgrade. Shut the fuck up. So they're dead. They come back. We fight the boss. The mini boss. No concern, I guess. They're still here. Okay, so what happens from that point? Because I'm really confused. I don't know where they are right now. Since there's two paladins, it's hard to see with just the dot. Oh, they're taking damage from something. Although I can't imagine what. And then they just don't show up, I guess. It looked like maybe they flew to their death, but I don't know how they die. They just don't show up. They just never make it here. Sorry, Blizzard, I DC'd during 4 Mythic dungeons this week. Well, obviously they're going to be able to tell. Like, there's no difference between leaving and DCing. If you do it a lot, you're going to get punished no matter what. I don't even think they do a review process from what I've been told. If they find you in a state of infraction, you're gone. I guess the guy's dying to the damage from this pack. Is that what's happening? It hits like everywhere in the dungeon? Is that must be what's happening. Because like the health's going down very, very slowly. It's also going up somehow though. I'm really confused. I don't know how that person dies, but I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day. The damage must... Oh, sorry. Am I holding up the cart? Here, go ahead. You can go. You can go. Yeah, whatever. Sorry about that. Okay. $2,600. Best key is on... Well, it's at all... Okay. Zuzu Azralan. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Arakara. We can do Arakara. He's wondering why it's not accessible. No ramp. Oh. Wait, where the fuck did he go? Oh, yeah, he's going. He's turning around. Oh, shit. Yeah, you can't go upstairs. What the fuck am I thinking? It wasn't me who was blocking him. That's a coincidence. Guzzles Come was one I've seen. Oh, yeah, that one. I think we actually saw a player like that, and maybe with a similar name. That card busted the hardest U-turn. Oh, really? I didn't even see it. Does it have like a axle joint or whatever in the hinge connecting the cart and the horses? Or the rams, I guess? How do you do a U-turn in a cart? I guess we'll sign up to that, but don't expect it to go well. 15 with a guy who's sub 3k, but again in all... No, it's literally all one piece. And just Rams piloting it. You can hold the D key? I guess in WoW you can, yeah, maybe. I want to see how this happens. Even... Okay, no, that's just bullshit. This isn't real. This is based, like, fake-ass physics. You can't pilot a cart like that's all one piece like that with the Rams. Especially not that close to the... Like, the Rams would have to be way further out. That's bad design. Gonna stop again. What is the point? Is it just like, he's just like loading cargo? Oh yeah, okay, that's definitely not possible. Definitely not possible. Alright, thanks for letting me know about that. I'm gonna report that actually. Might open a ticket. Let's see, how do you do that nowadays? Support. It just won't load, so I don't know. We'll do it later, I guess. Everything is a ramp if you try hard enough. If you grind hard enough. Yeah, like if you grind the edges of this so severely, it'll smooth it down into a 90-degree ramp, right? Like if I just took like you guys remember those soap shoes? You guys remember shoes that used to have like grind things on them that you can like go on a grind rail, like a skateboard grind rail? If I took those shoes with like, no, not 90 degrees, I don't know why I said that, 45 degrees, you know. But if I had those like really, really hard-soled shoes basically, and I just like took the edge of my foot and just ground it against my step for like hours and hours, I'd probably just tear up my ACL. But regardless, besides that, I'd eventually flatten the step. Heelys, yeah, there you go. So it would be like just a flat incline up the ramp of the, like up the baseboard, you know what I mean? Like whatever the foundation of the stairs are, that would be all that would be there at that point. They banned those at my elementary school. Oh, I could see why. Kids were probably doing nuts stuff with them, right? I never had a pair, but I can imagine it was probably pretty detrimental to school. Plus, they were loud, right? I remember. Oh yeah, did you guys watch the Notre Dame game last night? That shit was crazy. That was one of the best football games I've ever seen. I don't watch a lot of football though, to be fair. But definitely, I would definitely say the best football game I've ever seen. Deshaun Watson torn Achilles again. Oh. Everything gets banned from school, even certain parts of history. Oh, how's it going? A great ending. Yeah, it was nuts, right? I know a guy in the Air Force that turned his boots into Heelys. How? There were kids trying to grind rails on the stairs. One of them broke his collarbone. Oh, yeah, that's it for that then. Alright. Go and miss again. Another Holy Pally. Oh, that's the same guy. Rock Candy. Funny. You cut a square out and put wheels in it, I guess. That's all I did. Is that Geg? Change your icon. What's up, buddy? Welcome. What is that icon? I don't know what that is. It's like a dog face. What's up, Geg? Welcome. Is this Holy Pally good? Well, we didn't even kill one pack with them last time, so... You drew it. Oh, that's cool. Congrats on being able to draw. There was no regulations about work boots in the military? Really? I'm surprised. Nowadays, there's probably all kinds of regulations. Somebody broke their collarbone in high school in the military, so... They've been banned. Oh, you drew it with your kids? Oh, that's fun. Or presumably, I don't have any experience if it is or not, but I assume. Now you receive many emails from media companies offering similar services, but I want to emphasize how our exclusive partnership with Microsoft sets us apart. Our goal is to help creators like you expand your audience, maximize revenue, and protect your digital assets. Infinity's ad seller rate can feature your content through external marketing. Why would you even think I wanted this? You probably want me to pay you, don't you? That's why I'm not replying to you. Reading books helps your vocabulary. Have you tried it? I've been reading a lot of books for entertainment lately. Tensura, Solo Leveling, etc. Are those manga? Magna? Is it Magna or Manga? Manga? 100% there's regulation about altering your military issued clothing. I bet, yeah. One kid jumped down 17 steps down a stairwell in one jump for no reason. Whoa. Yes, they are manga. Manga. Do you watch any anime, Metro? No. I watched like very few anime in my life. I watched the first thing I ever well, if you count like, I assume you don't count like Dragon Ball and stuff, right? Like I watched Dragon Ball copiously. But I wouldn't consider that anime. But so things that I would definitely consider anime that I've watched. The first one I ever watched was Bleach. Siler and them got me into it a long time ago. It was decent. I enjoyed it. It's so, like, the anime, there's just, like, so much bullshit. Like, stuff that's not crucial to the plot, I feel like, a lot of times. And then I think probably the next prominent thing I watched was Berserk, which is still, like, I look at that as, like, holy fuck, I really wish there was... Even the new one that they did, I know everybody hates it, but it was, like, it's still better than no Berserk. I really wish, I know the guy died, I really wish there was more stuff, because I would watch that. But other than that, I actually genuinely don't think I've watched. I remember we talked about it on the stream when it happened, but I randomly got recommended, what was it, Ninja Scroll or some shit? It was like a movie. I watched that. I don't even remember what it was about. But other than that, I don't think I've seen. I'm trying to think of like other things I've seen. I don't even know. Oh, well, Rurouni Kenshin, I guess that would count, right? I watched that when I was really young. Big fan of that. Berserk needs a good anime studio to do an adaptation. Well, there's like a fan studio or some shit doing it. I don't know if it's real or not. The author died in 2001 or 2021. I think it was more recently than that, but Dragon Ball is definitely anime. Oh, really? Okay, well, I guess I watched that then.
Now you learn the true lesson of the void.
I don't know what makes it anime. I don't even know. I still need 2 portals, Grim Batol and Eric Kara. Anyone have those keys? I don't know. What are you playing a healer? If you end up finding a group and you need a tank, I'll help you out. Same thing with Hunter x Hunter. The author was sick, so hasn't really put out many new chapters. Oh yeah. I don't know when the last like manga chapter of Berserk was though. It might have been even before he passed away. I don't know what's going on with it. Resto or Ellie, gotcha. Hunter times Hunter has been on hiatus for a while. Oh, okay. It'd just be Hunter squared, right? Like, it's not really that even hard to resolve that. Oh, the Bleach creator died too, really? I know, Akira Toriyama died, yeah. This went slightly better than the previous dungeon. Yep, so far a little bit better. You don't have a skip for this, though, so we'll just pull it. You're too funny, thank you. Kite Kubo isn't dead. Is that the person who made Bleach? Gotcha. You pretty much like if Hector says it, it's probably just not real. Like I'm not sure the last time I read something that he said that was actually legitimate. It may not have happened once actually. Now that I think about it, I can't believe how much I liked Hunter x Hunter. First appearances, it seemed too childish, but man, what a great show. Gotcha. Akira Toriyama died March 1st, 2024. I remember that, yeah. A friend of mine was like also huge into Dragon Ball, and we were both really upset when we saw that. Hunter x Hunter has a lot of potential with the world it's set up, especially the Dark Continent. Oh, that'd be tough to adapt though, right? If there's no light or whatever. I guess they're probably never gonna do like a real, what do they call that? When they take anime and turn it into like a real, like real actors and shit. I know One Piece or whatever is doing that for some reason. Live adaptation or whatever, yeah, live action. Claymore is a good anime. Hot chicks killing demons with big ass swords. Oh god. See, that's why I don't really go for anime, because it seems like really overly sexualized a lot of times, and it's kind of like makes me feel uncomfortable. Like I don't know who this is targeted at, but it's just like oftentimes not really interesting. That's why I like Berserk, because it was like gritty, you know what I mean? Like it was definitely not over, like there was some sexual stuff, but it was like very, very gritty. Like it wasn't there to exploit sexuality, clearly. What is this mage? What is happening right now? This isn't a real number, right? Did he die? He must have. He's died 2 times, so he must have died. I'm the same way. Claymore isn't super sexualized. I'm in Purgatory. The women were wearing actual armor. Oh, okay. Frostmage is bombing. He must have died, right? He died in the pack. I cannot stand that. The most epic fight scene in the entire series. Then they feel the need to have the MC grab a girl's tits in the middle for what? Are you talking about Berserk? If so, I can see your point. It is kind of weird. My game is crashing. No, it's not. You're online. lot of great anime ruined by the author's weird perversions. That's what it feels like. Yeah, it feels like you're like supporting their like I don't. It's one thing if it's like you can make a statement about like Game of Thrones like that too, right? But it's real people. Like the show is different. Like they're actual people. Whatever. Like I don't love it in live action shit either. But to actually like draw it, like you know what I mean? It's like all right, I want to take my time. I want to make this naked woman look very good. Like it's just like it's just kind of. I'm good. Raid testing started today. Yeah. Just any anime that's over sexualized. I haven't seen Berserk, but like Seven Deadly Sins is a good example. Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were talking about Berserk because like the crazy, like the thing that everybody knows about the show, like the main character turned main enemy like rapes one of the other main characters, and it's just like, yeah, it seemed unnecessary. But to be honest, it is necessary because it's like a huge plot point. So. The first time you see it, it's like, well, that's kind of gratuitous. But then you realize, like, oh, wait, no, that's, like, actually the main story now. Like, another fake DC. Yeah, that guy's... He says, my game is crashing. 1 second. He's just trying to get out of the group that he's running. I've never seen so many people with unstable internet. I don't know what this is. This is not internet, I don't think. Seven Deadly Scenes peaked with Escanors versus Esterosa. Didn't watch the show beyond that point. Oh, really? What? So maybe it's not a good question to ask somebody, honestly, but Goggle SQT, like, in what way is it perverse? What would you say ruined it? Yeah, the timer isn't that tight. You can just go AFK for multiple minutes without making any progress. Not a big deal. I've never seen so many people with I literally just read that comment. I don't know why I read it a second time. Please don't post comments twice, guys. Like, it's very rude. The main character is constantly harassing a side character. Oh, like sexual, like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I see that in anime too before. Oh, you know what? Another one I watched, Elfen Lied. Arno got me to watch that. When we used to do those Reborn episodes, he was always talking about that show, and I was like, what is it? He's like, oh, you should check it out. And I had no idea how like fucking crazy it was. Basically, I've only watched like really fucked up anime, basically. Yeah, don't. Elfen Lied is like the most disturbing. Like, yeah, it's really just out of control, disturbing. Okay, they're back. So we'll continue. I almost missed a whole bloodlust though because of that. Attack on Titan. Oh yeah, I watched Attack on. Okay, I guess I actually, you know, to be fair, I guess I've seen a lot of anime. I never finished Attack on Titan, but I did watch it when it was like all the hype back in. I remember Simo. One of our guildmates, he was like super big into it, and he was telling me to watch it, so I watched it. Attack on Titan is actually very strange, though. Like I've read all about the story, and it's like the first season is like a total, like it's not even remotely like everything you think is happening is not happening. How long did it take you to become a dentist? I was never a dentist. I was a dental assistant. Took me 0 times. So I just got the job and worked there. Elfen Lied looks violent as fuck. It's like ridiculously violent, like strangely violent. Like for some reason, the characters are able to just like kill at will without even like physical touch. Basically, it's like a psychic projection of their power or something. So it's just like characters just like fall apart, like their arms just get sliced off and their heads get torn off and twisted around and all this bullshit. It's like really fucked up. And the plot is actually awful. Like it's not even a good. Like I did not enjoy it, but Arno just convinced me to watch it, so I said I would. The other thing that he always tried to get me to watch that I never actually did watch, which I actually still to this day would like to watch someday, is that Neon Evangelicis or some shit like that. He always said I would like that too, but I never actually watched it. What's your favorite toothbrush? I have an electric toothbrush. I believe it's a Sonicare. I can never remember which one I have though. I either have that or the Oral-B. I had both at one point. You might like Psycho Pass Metro. Oh yeah, I don't really watch anime, so I probably won't, but it has to be like a truly transformative anime. Like it has to have made a huge impact for me to ever consider it. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Yeah, that's it. You'd always bring it up, and with this sound like there's like a heavy religious context to it, and I always like the study of and history of religion, so I remember looking into it, and it seemed like there's like a lot of allegory and stuff, so it seemed pretty good. What's your favorite anime? I guess if we're saying Dragon Ball counts as anime, then we say Dragon Ball, yeah. Dragon Ball is... I've watched Dragon Ball like many times. Like, not Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. I've watched Dragon Ball through probably 5 or 6 times. I don't usually end up getting through 100% of it. Like, I started watching it again back in the summer, and I only got through the first arc, but it's just... I just don't have enough time, but yeah, it's so good. I only watch Dragon Ball and One Piece. All the others get weird. Oh, really? Yeah, I've never really watched... I don't really, like, just watch anime. Like, I don't watch anything, really, though, to be fair. I don't even watch television. If it's not on... Oh, what's going on? Lagging? No. If it's not on HBO, I just don't really watch it. I don't know when the last time I watched something that wasn't on HBO was. Actually, I do. I remember. Nightfall. Nightfall was actually pretty solid, even though I think most people thought it was mediocre. It has one of the best uses of music ever. One of my favorite scenes with music ever. One Punch Man does take forever to release. Oh, yeah. Can't believe it's been 5 years. What the fuck? 5 years. That's nuts. If you like transformative anime, then definitely watch Evangelion. Yeah, I've heard insane things about this show. I never thought we'd get a new Bleach season, dude. Oh, is there still... They're still making Bleach? Funny. I oftentimes, like, get lost in anime, though. Like, I feel like there's insane power creep in a lot of anime and stories like that. Where it was, like... Bleach felt like it was really good when it was just, like... your basic stuff, like they were fighting each other and whatever that shit was, like the captains or whatever were all involved. And then like after that first like major arc or whatever, it was like I just couldn't watch it anymore. It started making less and less sense, and it was felt like the characters that we were establishing as powerful were no longer powerful, and it was just getting really weird. Yeah, Aizen, yeah. That was like the only time I enjoyed the show basically. Then after that it got really weird. But the cool thing about Bleach was like the characters actually all felt like different. Like they were very, very unique characters. Akira is very good. If you haven't seen that, I haven't seen anything really. Power creep in anime is crazy. Yeah, that's so prominent in Dragon Ball, right? Like that's why I like Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z. Like Dragon Ball Z is fine. It's all right, but you gotta love Goku because he's the only one who can get anything done. But that's why I like Dragon Ball, because it felt like it was way more like everything was balanced, you know, like Krillin and, you know, eventually Piccolo and Yamcha and Tien, like they were all, you could conceivably assume that they were going to help in some way. But then we're like, you know, 4 arcs into Dragon Ball Z and it's like these guys are actual memes. Like Krillin becomes like a non-fighter. Like that's how slow his power curve develops, you know. He turns into like a Bulma character out of nowhere. Which is crazy. Like if Krillin doesn't help Goku, he loses to General Blue and the show's over, right? And then, you know, fucking 8 arcs later, he's wearing a hat and not fighting anybody. It's really weird. Shout out to Piccolo and Krillin. At least they still try to help. Oh yeah. The Soul King has sentient body parts, which is insane. Is that in Bleach or something? I don't know what that is. Naruto suffered from the same insane power creep. Fighters used to be strategic and less about having world-ending abilities. Yeah, why did I start looking at Naruto as well? I don't remember. I never actually watched a single episode, but I watched like a bunch of clips. Oh, because Israel Adesanya, that's right. What is the name of that group? The cloud thing that he used to wear this shirt. It had clouds on it. And then there's somebody in the chat with the name of one of the characters. I don't remember their name, but Ichigo is a boring protagonist. He's basically Superman with very little personality. I agree. Ichigo is terrible. I agree. Akatsuki. That's it. Yeah. And I always read it and thought it was a different word, but Akatsuki is how you pronounce it for some reason. Akatsuki is how I would say it if I was going to read it, but for some reason you wouldn't pronounce it that way. Yeah, he always had that black, it was like a black overcoat with like clouds on it, and I was like, what is that? That looks really cool. And then I watched a clip, and there's like, I don't know who the voice actor is for that, like Pain guy or whatever, but it's like the best fucking voice acting I've ever heard for any character. It's like so badass sounding. Naruto is so good. Oh yeah, it's so long though. I was gonna actually watch it because I heard Israel talking about it. He's like, I've watched every episode, blah blah blah, all these hours, and then I'm like looking at how long it would take to watch it. It's like, brother, I don't like what the fuck. It's like 1,000 episodes or some shit. Like it's longer than Game of Thrones. Mage, stand fucking closer, says Pesky. I grew up watching it on Toonami as a kid. Oh, Naruto? That's funny. You're young, probably. I don't think Naruto was even out when I grew up. When did it start? It has over 1,000 episodes. Yeah, that's crazy. And there's a lot of filler. That's another reason that I didn't want to watch it, because I've heard it's really bad with filler. It's weird because I've always said for years, like, man, I wish Game of Thrones had filler. Because I just love the universe, you know? But with anime, it's just, like, not the same. I don't know why. I don't want to see these guys just, like, hanging out at a pool party or some bullshit. It's 2004? Oh, okay. Is that when it actually came out? Maybe I'm wrong then. I thought it was somewhat recent. There was, like, 2 series, right? It's kind of like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, right? There was, like, Naruto Shippuden or something. Is that the 2nd series? Last season of Game of Thrones felt like filler. Well, you know what I mean, like things that aren't directly progressing the plot but are still being produced. And that's why I like the spin-offs so much.
Beware.
Shippuden was part 2 technically. Yeah, just like Dragon Ball Z, right? Would you say the same thing? Because I think there's even a parallel there, like Naruto, whatever the original one's called. If it's probably just Naruto or something, they're kids in that, right? And then in Shippuden, they're not kids anymore, just like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, I think, right? That's actually an interesting parallel. I wonder if that's, I guess that's just how anime is, but for some reason, kids become very powerful in a lot of anime. Following the life of one interesting character for dozens of years, I guess. In Shippuden, they're teenagers, yeah. So not quite Dragon Ball Z. Oh, and Boruto. There's a 3rd one? What the fuck? The Avatar, that I guess I definitely wouldn't say that's anime, right? But that's another thing I watched. I really want to watch Korra again. I really enjoyed that. It's always nice around the holidays because there was like a lot of Christmas. I think it was season 2. There was like a heavy Christmas theme. Boruto is just the infinite. I don't know what that word even is, so I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. Is overall damage low, or how come you guys are so behind? Yeah, look at this mage. Have you seen this? I'll show you the actual overall chart. Guy's gonna get fucking doubled. He's getting gapped. Like, this is crazy. Children killing gods. The plot of many anime and JRPGs. Oh, really? That's funny. Yeah, I wonder why that's such a common theme. Naruto is heavily inspired by Dragon Ball Z. Is it really? That's cool.
You're almost there.
Actually, we're not even that far behind now, though. Pretty behind on count, I guess. Even though we had that extra pack, we didn't get any extra stuff in the maze. I think we can still upgrade it. As long as this fight goes very well. We should have lusted here, though. I don't know why we're not lusting. Okay, maybe not. Oh, great. We don't have lust. That's hilarious. How's the keys today? Yeah, fine. I also really want to rewatch the beginning of the Pokemon anime. I never actually watched like anything other than whatever like season 1, like Gen 1 anime was. But it's so nostalgic. I gotta go back to it at some point. Did you watch Dragon Ball Super? I watched a very small amount of it, and I don't want to watch it. Like it's like we talked about this the other day with the Warcraft movie. Like Dragon Ball, the universe is perfect. And even though I didn't love how, you know, the actual ending of Dragon Ball Z was, like, I'm good. Like, we're done. I'm not watching Dragon Ball GT. I'm not watching Dragon Ball Super. I'm not interested in any more stuff in the universe. But I hear Super is good. It's just, I don't care. Like, The characters have totally surpassed, like I said, if it was me, I would have stopped with Super, or I would have stopped with Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball.
Beware.
I really feel like it should have too. Like, I feel like the Goku and Piccolo feud was the main enemy of Dragon Ball, and then when they became friends, it's like, okay, well that's it. The conflict's over now. YuYu Hakusho? Oh, I watched that too. All right, I forgot how many I've watched. Yes, I just rewatched YuYu Hakusho last year. So last year I was like insanely sick. Like I had to take like 3 weeks off streaming. I couldn't speak. Insane sickness. So I watched the whole YuYu Hakusho then. And the reason I wanted to watch it again was because at the time I had been playing Dark Souls 3 again. And the Dark Pyromancy in Dark Souls 3 looks so similar to the... What's that, like... Hiei has this like black dragon shit. I don't remember what it's even called, but... Dragon of the Darkness Flame, that's it. And it looks just like Dark Pyromancy from Dark Souls. And every time I play Dark Souls 3, I always think about that, and I'm like, oh, I want to watch that again. But yeah, that Dark Tournament Saga is like one of the best. I have not watched a lot of anime, obviously, but it's one of the best things I've watched, for sure. Hey, the Game Secret's up, buddy. Sorry I'm late. Yeah. No worries, man, but like, yeah, please make sure you're on time. No, I'm just kidding. Hunter x Hunter is made by that same guy. Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Beware.
But really, again, another one that kind of just ends. Once the Dark Tournament Saga's over, it gets a lot worse. The next arc is bad, but it turns into something pretty good, and then like there is no ending. It's really weird. It won't happen again. Alright, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Have you ever seen the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series? No. Is that like Dragon Ball Abridged? Because I don't really find that kind of stuff funny. I don't know why people find that funny. Low deaths, but timer's still odd. I'll show you right now. See that chart? Oh, well, actually, this is not even telling the whole story, because the guy actually DC'd, and we had to wait, like, over a minute for him. I like crude humor. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan, to be honest. It's up in 25 seconds. Dude, if this guy lusts on trash, I'm gonna fucking laugh my ass off.
Beware. Beware.
Mage is not having a good key. I mean, if he lusts on trash, I don't think it has anything to do with this key. Tell me he's not gonna do that. Okay. Okay, that gets did. How was Lust not ready for boss 2? It was. That's what he said. He used it before. He just lusted on trash. This guy's just... He's listening to the stream. He's just trolling, right? There's no way. There's got to be like a fake guy, right? This is not a real guy. If this is a real guy, it's like one of the most boosted characters I've ever seen in my entire life. It's 29.52. Yeah, after the warrior dies, he lusts. Yep. Look at how much time we just lost him. The 10 seconds on the list. That's got to just be a viewer fucking around, right? There's no way that's a real choice.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Although I guess maybe, to be honest, like, it's not going to be in time, so we can just reset it for the boss or something.
Beware.
What better time to lust than when you have a dead DPS? Yeah, on trash that's already halfway dead. Hey, Calvin, what's up, buddy? Was the first boss a 2 or 3 phaser? I was actually, yeah, 2 phase. We did well. It was like the 2.5 phase where like the boss isn't totally dead, but we can kill him before he goes immune again or whatever. Not fully immune, but the 80% reduction. I haven't made to 13, so I don't think I'd be any better. Would you lust on trash with 1 person dead and the trash half health? Like, you have no idea how, like, that is, like, if this is a real, like, that guy actually chose to do that and he thought it was a good idea, that's, like, one of the most boosted things I've ever seen in my entire life. I almost never use that phrase because usually people just play bad, but, like, that's it. He consciously he's like, yeah, this was a good choice. I gotta do this. Right? Like, why else would you do that? It has to be trolling. I'd be more impressed as to how I would since main a prop pally. Oh yeah. It'd be harder as prop pally, I agree with that. There's no 13s or 14s out there right now. Oh really? There's a good amount of 13s when I looked, but yeah, 14s definitely. There was 0 before. Right, I think we need more than the 1 pack, don't we? Have you done a 15? No, I've not even barely done 14. Only a 1 left. I need a Scrim Patrol, and there's only been 1 in 2.5 hours. Oh yeah. See, that's what's tough. If you only ever do keys you need, you're gonna be sitting there all day. Red's paying respect already. Yep.
Beware. Beware.
Figure it out later, I guess. We definitely don't have count, but I don't know how much we need. Yeah, just 1 mob. Homework keys are the way, lol. You mean like doing keys that you don't need for score? Yeah, I just like playing Blood Death Knight, so.
Beware.
I don't know what that phrase really means. I've heard it used, and it sounds like what it means is like a key that you don't need for score, but you need to push up for your group. Like, you have a key that you don't need, so you need to get a key that you do need. That's the first time I ever heard homework keys. That's the way it was described. But now it sounds like people just use it to mean any key that they don't actually need for score, regardless of what their goals are.
Beware.
Doing a key you don't need to level someone else's. That's what it is, yeah. That one you're gonna have to run from. You actually have timed it?
Beware.
Oh, we would have timed it if the guy didn't go AFK in the middle of the dungeon, you know what I mean? We waited, I don't know how long we actually waited for that guy, but it had to be at least a minute. But we are also short on count, so it's not actually over yet at this point.
Beware.
I like that people are actually stacking though. It's such an easier fight when you actually stack.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Beware.
What fights are easier with mechanics? Shocking. Is Mind Link not that bad? I have AMS up, so it doesn't do anything. If I AMS, the mechanic doesn't do any damage to anybody. So if I AMS it, then they don't have to move, but nobody ever seems to realize that. You got people who are like fucking 40 yards away running around and they're not even taking damage. Like, I don't know. Do they not know why you have to break it, I guess? I think that's a real problem in this game. Most people don't even like know what mechanics are. They just do them instinctually. Mage is the MVP for being garbage. That is all. Or no, I thought he had all 5 deaths actually. No, he's only got 3 out of the 5. All right, the warrior. Obviously, we remember him dying.
Beware.
Homework key, a low key for someone who is pushing at the meta key level just to work on strats. Yeah, see that makes more sense based on the phrase, but that's obviously not. People aren't pugging that way.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
MGP. Mage garbage player. Most garbage player. Yeah, so we probably would have upgraded this if the guy didn't go AFK. That's gonna hurt. I'm so sorry. It's real, I guess. We could use lust here. Not needed. What's he doing now? Okay, he's just talking. Lag, computer excuses. I love WoW players. Sounds legit though, to be honest. I mean, you'd be really fucking committed to doing this. You like went AFK in the middle of the dungeon. Really, that's probably the bigger concern, was the fact that Trash was almost dead. Why do people join group content with shit internet? I mean, you gotta hope that they don't know it's a problem. Like, I've DC'd before, obviously, and I didn't know it was gonna happen. My game isn't working correctly. Okay. I think that was just somebody fucking around, to be honest. Rat and Warrior pumped 2. Almost carried the Sorry Mage. Yeah, they did pretty well. Weather happens to the internet sometimes. Could be weather related, yeah. I mean, especially if you're in California, I'd imagine there's problems. Is there even a point to loot dropping in dungeons when you're doing 13s? Yes. Not as much of a point as there could be, though. I really wish there was something of value from higher keys, for sure. Besides just crests. It really, like, it's so obvious to me. Like, just make it so we can either... Like, I've had multiple ideas on how to fix this problem, and I always go back and forth between these two. One, make it so we can, like, disenchant these items that I just got, like, you know, that nobody even wants. I didn't even get one, but... Or maybe I did invent it already, but... Yeah, like, we can take this item and turn it into some kind of... Like, we can disenchant it into crests, maybe, or something like that. Like, some value. Like, something, because this is pointless, right? I don't want this item. I'm never going to want this item. I'm doing a 13 for months now. I've not wanted this item, right? It's a totally fucking pointless item to drop. But it could be not pointless, easily, right? It could either be that you turn it into something you could use, like crests, or you could use something from those same keys to turn this into a mythic track item. I think that's the better solution. I've thought about both for a lot, like, over the years, but I think the latter, now that we have this, you know, system that we have, I think there should be a way that I can turn, and I think the best way to do it is like, you know how you have the enchanted crest thing? Like you can use that enchanted crest to turn an item into a mythic track gear piece. I think that would be a much, much better system than what we have right now. And it would still be like a limitation, like you wouldn't be able to do it too frequently, but you know, you'd be able to do it. And if you have a trinket that you really want, you can just go farm it, and then, you know, you don't have to worry about getting it in the vault. Well, they did increase the gold amount at least. That's nice, but it's still not a lot. I'd say loot isn't the primary reason, but you could get something you can use or had been previously farming. Yeah, I think like ultimately the system worked best when it was Titanforging there though, because like that randomness was hugely incentivizing people to finish keys. And you can still like, oh, I got a fucking, can you even get random sockets in this game anymore? I don't even know, but like you can still get random things on gear a little bit here and there, and it's, oh great, I got a leech piece, you know, like, oh, it could still be nice, but the fact that it'll never be a mythic track piece, it's just pointless. Like it needs to be upgradable 100%. And I don't know that they'll ever do it, but they really need to. I love how we get returning dungeons, so we won't farm the same trinket every season, but now we have to farm the same trinket multiple times a season as you go up. Well, that was always true, yeah. One of the things we need is if we don't get loot on any key for us to get a good chunk of gold. Such a waste otherwise. Or then crest/valor stones in exchange for gold. You want to be able to buy crests with gold? What? That wouldn't work out the way you think it is sounding. The amount of gold from completing Mythic Plus is really low given how expensive it is. Yeah, that's normal though, right? You're not going to get a full raid worth of progression gold from killing one boss in a raid either, right? Raid is getting a Renown track battle pass thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't look at the Renown thing, but people seem to like it. It's enjoyed. Oh, miss 14. All right. Grow totem. Huh. You ever get into a key and look at the comp? No, it won't time, but do it anyway. Yes, I'll do that all the time. Does it have dinars in the Renown track for raid? Yeah, I heard so. I heard those, yeah. Which is an interesting concept. It's cool. At Renown 8 and 18, you just get 12% more damage and healing. Oh. That's interesting. So instead of a nerf, it's going to be Renown, basically. Is that what they're doing with that? That's actually kind of cool. Like, instead of the stacking nerf buff that they're giving us or whatever. Are you a TikTok user? I hear the ban is incoming. I don't ever use TikTok, but I do know some people who do. Mythic Plus needs a Renown track. Yeah, I don't know how it would work. But I guess maybe just the score is the Renown track, right? Because otherwise you would just farm rep at low. I don't know how you do it, but how fast it takes to get those Renown levels, we don't know though. Yeah, that's true. It could take months and months, right? But I'm sure they wouldn't do that. Like, they want people to interact with the system. Gotta assume it takes some time because they aren't gonna let race to world first guys get a 12% buff. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I would imagine it's how many levels are there? I would imagine you probably only get one level a week or something like that. $20? Yeah, okay, one level a week then, right? That sounds right to me. Man of Mayhem. Jim Ben Bombs has gray sub 10 percentile damage logs. Every single key he's done this season. Just checked. Oh, really? So it's like actually a legitimate player. See, that I really feared that. I actually would not Like, I'm glad you told me. I'm not saying you shouldn't have told me, but like, I would prefer not to know that information because I would be happier to know that that guy was just fucking around, but he's actually a fine player normally. Like, that's insane level of boosting, right? Like, that guy got boosted so fucking hard in that dungeon, and it's actually bothers me now because he refused to answer the question about Bloodlust, which makes me think he has actually no idea he did anything wrong there. Like, I asked a question about something. He's like, you might not have seen my message. My game wasn't working. It's like, you pressed the Bloodlust spell. What the fuck are you talking about? What does that have to do with your game not working? Actually, now that I think about, okay, I actually think I know why he might have said that now. Now that we know it's a legitimate person, I think I know why he might have said that. Because he's assuming that we just like wanted to lust as soon as humanly possible there, not to get two lusts in, right? Like, he actually doesn't know that the lust on the second boss allows us to lust on the third boss too. And so his game wasn't working, meaning he accidentally lusted when it was still on cooldown. That's his like reason for it being a bad lust. But in reality, it's not that bad of a lust. Like, that wasn't that big of a mistake. That was like a very minor mistake that doesn't have anything to do with like, yeah, if we had drums, it would have been fine. We didn't have them. The big mistake was lusting and then wasting it on trash that was already dead. Want to buy a Metro Elden Ring playthrough? Well, how much you paying? I still need to buy the expansion, and I haven't. I don't want to buy it. I really don't have time for it one way or the other. But if I had the expansion, I'd be able to get back to it. I'm waiting for it to go on sale at some point. $40 for something I don't even plan on playing is not something I'm going to be doing. But I need the expansion to be able to play the mod, because the mod doesn't allow you to play without the expansion. Yeah, I don't really have time to play it right now anyway, so even if I had it, I wouldn't be able to. I've been working on this TBC project like crazy. All my hours are going into that on my free time. I'm a little worried because it seems like I'm having like stability issues now with the realm, so I'm like, fuck, I might be putting all this time into it and I might not even be able to play the game. Yeah, I've been making like a custom TBC private server with like extremely heavily changed classes and stuff, like, or mostly just talents and stuff. I've basically been like creating a fully custom class tree with like substantially different outputs. Like, one of the main things I wanted to do was like allow you to have like way more talent points, but like way more severe choices. I've always liked this idea of like how Diablo 2 handles it, where you can put like 100 points into Blood Boil, you know what I mean? No, Death Knights don't exist in TBC, unfortunately. If I was a way for them to exist easy, they would exist though. I may try to make a custom class, but it's very difficult from what I've been told. But anyway, yeah, like, I like that idea, how like you can put all 51 of your talent points into one talent and it just gets extremely powerful, and that's like your niche, you know what I mean? So I really like that concept, and I've been exploring ways to do it in TBC. It's not easy. One, because at first it looked like you were going to be able to make up to 9 spell ranks per spell node, but it doesn't seem to work. I can't figure out why it doesn't work. I can't make more than 5, even though there's 9 slots. Then 2, making custom talents seemed impossible, but I just like actual new talents. You can only edit existing ones. But I think I found a way to do it. I'm going to try that soon. And so if that's the case and we could have actual infinite talent points, then we can do it again. But I've already committed to just like expanding the already existing talents to the point where like for example, like how about improved retribution aura, right? It's only like 2 talent points in TBC. Well, I just added 3 more spell ranks to it at the same power like level improvement. So it goes 25, 50, 75, 100% extra damage with ret aura, stuff like that. I want it to be like really about like you can play your character in many different ways, but it didn't really work out that way because there's still not that many talent points. But at the end of the day, like leveling 1 to 60, you're only going to be putting points into the ret tree, and it's going to be not even most of the points. And so that didn't work out. So then I pivoted to, now I'm going to start, if I can't figure out the extra talent thing, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make gems that have talents on them. So for example, this was like the first thing I did, where I made every single piece of gear have 3 gem slots, but like no stamina. Like, I want there to be like substantial amounts of customization to your gear, just like there is in Diablo. And then gems drop. Like, you don't craft gems or prospect them, you get them from killing shit. So like, you're gonna be able to put like any, like, and there's every gem in the game drops. And so you'd be able to put like 100 agi gems in your gear, or however many 3 times 16 is. But so then, you know, I'm not satisfied with just that. So then I came up with the idea of creating like very, very, very good gems that, like, if you really go out of your way, you can farm them. And so what I started to do was I basically take the talent points that, like, say, Call of Fire, Call of Flame from Shaman. It makes your fire totems do, I think it's 5% more damage base. I made a 10 for each rank. And so I added that to a gem. And so, again, let's just look it up. 16 times 3. 48 gem slots with 10% more fire damage to your totem. That's basically the system I was trying to create with the talents, but I wasn't able to. So if you had actually that Call of Flame in every single gem slot, your fire totems would do like 99% of your damage, you know what I mean? I like that idea. It's imbalanced, but for a single player game, I think it's a really fun idea. So that's what I've been trying to do.
And now
It's been difficult though, because I'm not very good at it. I have to learn. It's very hard to do. What programming language? Oh, it's not a, it's just like a Mango. It's called Mangos, I think it's called. It's like a private server infrastructure that's made like many. It was like made during Classic. Like, people made Mangos, like, I think even before TBC came out. And you just use that as the base. And there's been like forks of the original Mangos project, I guess. I think the one that I'm using is a repack. It's called like Trinity or Ascend. I don't even know what it's called, but either way, they're all out there. You can just download them, and most people just, you know, use them to make actual real games, like Blizzard-like games. But I was trying to like really create a very custom experience with mine. I did something similar with Classic too, if you'd ever watched the videos on the second channel. But Classic's a lot more limited because of the client. I should have went with Wrath. I didn't realize how limited the TBC client was, but I don't like Wrath. Other than Death Knights, I don't want Wrath. Like, I don't want Wrath content. I don't want the changes to gearing. I don't want the changes to the game in general. It's far too easy compared to, like, it makes leveling a lot less fun. So I didn't want Wrath, but I guess I fucked up not doing Wrath, because now, especially if I'm having stability issues, like the client is crashing, or it's not even the client, I guess it's the server that's crashing. I don't know why or how that's happening, but it's gonna be really disappointing if I put all these hours into it and I can't actually do like a playthrough of the game or something. But either way, it was fun. It's creative. I like flexing creativity here and there, like just feeling like I have an outlet for using my creativity. So that's why I do modding of games, and I've always enjoyed it. And it's like the ultimate modding, because it's like actual, like, you know, WoW, that's my favorite game ever, you know, like making the Pokemon game was really fun, but at the end of the day, I much prefer WoW, so it's way more enjoyable to do this than anything else I've ever done with a mod. Oh, this guy was mind controlling this mob, wasn't it? It's causing chaos. We're almost gonna wipe to this, actually, it looks like. It just like randomly breaks or something? I don't understand that. Healer died. Did he get a res or something? Because he's alive right now. But I didn't realize the mob was being mind controlled and was like running around. At least people are trying, I guess, but it seems really difficult and dangerous. If it just like randomly breaks or something, then yeah, you really can't do this. This is like a macro, I guess, right? It's not even, I mean, this got to be the same person, right? We saw somebody, a shaman, PI me! This happened the other day.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Beware.
It's misspelled. They actually mean PI on me. Oh, really? That mob took an hour. Alright. What the fuck with that healer? Yeah, he wouldn't PI you. Very low heals. Well, you did invite a Disc Priest. It was a very nice try. Excellent attempt, guys. I'm gonna leave now, but you guys should be happy about this run. A sense of pride and accomplishment was instilled in all today. We wiped to the trash pack. When season 2 drop? We don't know yet. Are you ready for the new dungeons? Not yet. No, we're waiting for the PTR. Next week, we're gonna be spending a lot of time on PTR. I've been thinking about this though. Based on how it handled Tuesday, if that shit happens again, I'm out. Like, I'm not dealing with that on Tuesday. So I'm thinking about just streaming live no matter what on Tuesday. And then Wednesday through Friday will be on the PTR. I don't know if anybody has any opinions on that. But I'm not going to sit here and just stare at the fucking PTR. Like, if it's supposed to be up at a certain time and it's not up at that time, then I'm not interested. Like, I hate that. I really hate that. I'm trying to figure out exactly why we wiped there. Let's take a look at this. One dungeon next week as well. No, next week should be all the dragon or all the War Within dungeons, I believe. Okay, so we like the pull is executed perfectly. Like there was no issues. I didn't have any early deaths or anything. Pack's like very low. Okay, so I guess I just missed that. It's just off attacking him. He just doesn't re-mind control it. And then that's pretty much it. Once he dies, I guess it's GG. Okay, yeah, so he does get a battle res. That makes sense. Okay. That was a little bit less interesting than I thought it was. Why didn't he soothe that for the skip? Well, we did. What do you mean? That didn't have anything to do with that. What are these books too? I don't know what this is. Some like lore related to the island.
I have many lucky do's you like. May your feet find
Alright, anyway.
rails.
Keep on searching. We still never finished the Eric Herrick quest. I wouldn't mind getting that done. Yeah, it gives rep. Yeah, we skipped the pack, yeah. Oh, it's Brutal Gore again. Here we go with the spam of Elitism helper. Any reason you type in 14s for finding 13s? So I can find 13, 14, and 15. All keys that I may potentially get invited to. Although 15 probably not, but... If I typed in 13, it would show 12, which I have no interest in doing. Yeah, obviously I want to find 14s, but there's just not a lot of them out there, and I'm willing to do 13s, but I'm not willing to do 12s. And if somehow I got into a 15, I would try it. But obviously, I'm not going to get into most. You're going to sign up into this key? Oh, yeah. Well, it should be an easy one. Hopefully, we'll get this one finished so we can get our quest done. But if we don't, I don't really care, I guess. Just something to do. It's 3 o'clock. I got to go about an hour and maybe an hour and a half at most, so. Oh, yeah, that's you, right? The rogue. Is all your gear upgraded to the max already? Well, okay, so apparently not. I didn't even realize this happened, which is this kind of like it's kind of weird to me. But anyway, we were talking about this yesterday. Somebody asked why I didn't craft the belt, okay? And I said I'm not going to waste money on it. There's just no point in wait. Oh, I never even upgraded the ring too. I forgot about that. Let me go finish that. But anyway, I never got a better belt, right? I never crafted one. And it's like I'm not looking for a belt, obviously though, but I just don't have one. I'm not going to waste money on it. But if one dropped in the vault, I would take it, okay? Well, apparently the previous week, somebody knows what I got more than I do, and apparently in the previous week I didn't take the belt. So they commented on that yesterday. It's like, oh, you said you would take a belt if you could get it, but you didn't even take the belt 2 weeks ago. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what? That's like obsessive. Like, you know what I got in my vault from 2 weeks ago? Like, that's kind of creepy, man. That kind of freaks me out, to be honest. I don't know, man. People are obsessed. You know more about what I'm doing on my character than I do. That's kind of crazy. It's still upgraded to max, except the ring. Oh, you mean like actually fully upgraded? But it's not mythic track, so it's like doesn't even count. That's been that item level for fucking years. Like that was, I had this. This is like a. Isn't this from Delves? I think this is from Delves, dude. Did I get a hero track from Delves and I'm wearing it still? I think that's what this belt is. It sounds like it, doesn't it? Secret Dredger's Girdle? It's a Delve piece. I have a fucking... This is like week 1 Delve piece that I got, yeah. I'm still wearing it. That's funny. They declined me for Warrior. Guess they don't like Oceanic Kings. Yeah, Warrior's a weird choice there. I don't know. I started late in the season with tanking, so I'm short on some mythic track pieces. Still doing fine. Yeah, that's why I said it. Like, the gear just doesn't matter at this point. Like, we're not... It's not worth me going on my way for it. Probably knows what kind of socks you wear. My guess is tube. I have like a heat sock on today because I had to walk to the post office this morning. It was like 19 degrees when I went. It is bad. Real bad out there. When they kicked you out of that group because of your trinkets, I'm surprised they didn't mention your Delve belt. No, that guy's just a retard. Like, there's no, like, he didn't even do that. Like, he lied about the reason he did that. It's actually crazy. He, like, exposed himself in the comments afterwards, which is even more embarrassing. It's only, like, -7 Celsius. That's nothing. It's cold here, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not used to that, that's for sure. It was actually way worse on, I think it was Wednesday when I went. I got 400 Gilded Crest just burning a hole in my pocket. Yeah, so that's what I said. Like, there should be a way to use Gilded Crest to upgrade gear to Mythic Track, I think. Heated socks is a streamer privilege. Nah, I owned these before I streamed. I actually don't even know where I got them, but they're like Under Armour. They're quite nice. My mom probably got them for me for Christmas or something at one point. I used to work outside, and when I worked at the golf course when I was young... Another Holy Pally, wow. When I worked at the golf course when I was young, they'd stay open like as late as humanly possible. So it'd be like 40 degrees out some mornings, and you'd be expected to be there. So I had to get like heat gear basically to be able to be comfortable working. I have to say the rep system of the War Within is spectacular. They absolutely crushed it. The fact that you can like, just get reps from like random, like we're about to do a dungeon quest, you know what I mean? Give rep, like the fact that you can kill rares for rep, like all of this stuff, like they did such a good job with the reps compared to Dragonflight. Miles. Well, I guess Dragonflight did have a couple quests and stuff for rep here and there, but yeah, this is just a way better experience all around. What do you think of UFC 311? I don't know anything about it. I kind of stopped watching UFC for a while. I kind of tried to get back into it, but I think I missed it. I think I missed another card. 311 is, oh, Islam versus Arman Sarukian. Marab Davisheli, Umar Nurmagomedov, Yuri Prohaska versus Jamal Hill. Beniel Dariush versus Renato Malcano. Kevin Holland versus Reiner de Ritter. I don't know who that guy is. When is this? Saturday? No, it's next week. It's a good card. Did I miss the previous? I think I missed a card, like an entire card, didn't I? Try to get back into it. That's a Chael Sonnen pronunciation. Oh, I don't know who these guys are. I've never heard their names. Sarukian. Oh yeah, Covington. I missed that one. That's what I missed. I watched the previous one, which was December 7th. That one was good. It was really fun seeing Covington get mauled by Buckley. You guys don't like him. I like that kind of stuff. I like that, like, over-the-top personality. That's what kind of makes me interested in the sport, honestly. How people are willing to do that. As a Holy Pally main, I first time tried Ret Pally, and holy shit, it's so branded. How is it even possible? Oh, you never realized that? Yeah. It's gotten crazier. More and more brain dead, basically. Ret Pally is even easier than BM Hunter, yep.
And now you learn.
Yeah, it's the easiest spec that's ever existed, I would say. Plus, it's like, it's not just about how easy the rotation is, it's also about how potent the rotation is. Like, BM Hunter over the years has been a little bit of a wet noodle, but it's still always been very, very easy. But Paladin is like, they don't even have cooldowns. Like, it's really weird. It's like playing a classic Paladin. It's like really strange. I've heard it's easy, but not that easy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's very unique. Don't think there's another spec in the game that has its like major CD proc passively. Yeah, better not move these mobs 5 yards, otherwise we'll have another clip here. Shawa just made a line. crossed the first boss in Eric Carrot, then told me I had to move the boss away from the ad. No, yo. Then when we all died, he quit. Just got Eric Carrot 10. Now need Batol 10. Oh, cool. Congrats.
Beware.
I really slacked off this season, yeah. Well, yeah, as long as you have fun, doesn't matter at the end of the day. 13 Siege had a Resto Shaman as the only range in the group, got targeted by the boss because you know it's a range mechanic, and died twice and blamed the tank for aggro. Oh my god, that would have been a great one to record. Please tell me you got it recorded. Excited to test the War Within dungeons next week? Yes, I am definitely going to be on the PTR a lot next week, so stay tuned for that. Bruno says, hey Geg, I can help you out with your Batol 10 so you can get all 10s. Oh yeah. Death Knight looks fun. Oh, it's beyond fun. It's the most exciting spec I've ever played for sure. No question about it. Have you ever made Blood Death Knight guides in the past? Yeah, I used to. But I stopped doing it. Because, you know, in the guide I would used to just give my opinion on things, and apparently that's not allowed when you make guides. I would always get brigaded by certain people. So I just don't even, like, I don't care anymore. My friend complained about Ret as well, but we have examined the logs, and they are 30 parsing. That is why they're getting heat. It is why they're getting beat, I guess, by Ret. What are we talking about? I don't understand what you're saying, sorry. Oh, you're saying, like, he's complaining that Ret's too easy compared to my class, and I can't succeed because Ret's so easy they won't take me? Is that what you're saying? But in reality, he just sucks at his class? Is that what you're... Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I get it. Obviously, if he played Ret, he'd be higher, though, right? I think kind of his point is also valid, but... Yeah, for some reason, man, when there's, like, a typo like that, it just totally kills my ability to understand something. That's what I said about, like, people who type in really poor English. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, discriminatory or something, but it's like, I just cannot read your message. I don't know if it's me or if other people have this too, but, like, if there's, like, if it's hard to read and I have to, like, think about what I'm reading, then it doesn't make sense to me at a first glance. Anti-dyslexic typing. I don't know why that happened. That's always happened to me, but, like, the first time I ever really noticed it with the context of the channel was, like, if I ever did, like, reading of quests and the quests were, like, written by, like, a troll kind of thing, you know, or a dwarf. Okay, man, you know, like, all that. It's like I'm having such trouble reading it and understanding what it means in English that it's just like I almost don't understand what I'm reading at all. Blood Death Knight is fun as fuck, but it's intense, spiky, and much to follow to push high. Right, it's hard to play, is that what you mean? What are we doing? Okay. Okay, that's that. No quest today.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
It's not quite Brewmaster hard to play, but it's definitely a learning curve. Oh, you think Brewmaster's harder to play than Blood, really? Is it just because Brewmaster sucks right now? No one helped me kill the ads. It's complicated. I was on them. Comments extra special. Well, you guys may notice a discerning feature of this fella. I won't be the first to bring it up, but I think many people will draw conclusions based on it. Hey, the Wiz, what's up? Long time no see. How you been? Why are people moving so much? Stop. New year, new apartment, new job. Can't complain. Oh, sweet. I hope everything's going well for you in this new year then. Sounds like it is. I just do not do well with the amount of stuff Brew has to keep track of. Also, for Brew, magic damage is unbearable. Gotcha. Yeah, but the thing about Brew is they have good passive defense. So theoretically, that should make them much better. But I've heard that it's tuned so poorly that it doesn't even, like, the passive defense might as well be Blood's passive defense. Brewer's not bad from a healer standpoint. Well, yeah, they're really good from a healer standpoint because they never take, like... I guess, again, it's not true because of their tuning, but in theory, it should be less spiky, so it'd be more predictable when to heal and when not to. Are you playing an alt this season? No. I would like to have gotten the AUG, but I just never had time or passion to level it. If you could do delves to level, I would have leveled a lot more characters, but... I just didn't. I mean, I actually really enjoyed the questing. I don't know why. I think I just did it so much on the beta that maybe I'm just, like, done with it. I'd leveled, like, what was it, like 7 or 8 classes in the beta? And it was just like, I guess I just did that too much, and now I just don't really want to do it again. But it's actually good. I don't dislike it. I just have no passion for it. I tried to level my second character, which is my Paladin, for years, and it's just like I can't even get it to, I think it's like level 72 or something only. That was basically give no experience. Yeah, it's so sad. I don't know how they give so much less than dungeons. I play Brew, but only really tank up to 10s. Honestly, I enjoy it a lot, especially with Dampen Magic. Works well against Magic. I prefer Master of Harmony Hero Challenge. Gotcha. It's impressive you do high keys and are so relaxed, as well as talking to us. I appreciate you saying that, but this is a farm key. Like, this is total farm at this point. I've upgraded 13 Eric Hera like 10 times, maybe more. This is no longer a high key. Again, we're gonna have this happen. But at least it's dead this time. I agree this mob. You won't do as much damage as Shadow Pan, but I find it has more tankiness. Well, that's good. That sounds like something that the class needs then. Metro just listens to the sound cues and spams Death Strike. Yeah, pretty much. I have my whole game set up around it, you know? People make fun of the UI and shit all the time, but I couldn't do this without the UI being the way it is. It's basically like a form of like, it's almost like a disability to this point. Like, if you're constantly not looking at the screen, you might as well, you're almost like vision impaired at that point. Like, you have similar problems. That's kind of silly to say, but it is same output at least, is what I meant. I assume you still have trouble with Grim Batol though. Worst dungeon ever to tank is Brew. Oh yeah, well it's bad for every tank, so. Brew might honestly be better at it than most tanks because they have really good susceptibility, or like really good defense against spike damage, which is all the hardest part in there. I can't figure out how to invite or whisper you, Bruno. Oh, you're still trying to figure that out. You never know, you might not even been serious. Best way to do it, if you want to do it together, just make a group with the guy's name in it and tell him you list to the group. Vodka. Is that how you pronounce that? Vodka. Thanks a lot. Oh shit. Okay, that's not really a problem. These guys don't really do anything. DR'd. Beware. I wonder if there's a way to get Plater to show if things are DR'd or not. I don't know that that technology is possible. Otherwise, you gotta really pay attention to every stun that goes out. Beware. That I might interrupt the whole time and then end up whiffing. The way that worked out actually kind of ended up going pretty well there. That's not how I would normally want it to go, but it went better than it normally does, so maybe I should try to slow it down in this area. We have had a lot of deaths here. I'm not really sure why. I guess it's the casters mostly. Keep whiffing on these interrupts. Beware. Hey Alex, what's up? Random question for you. How do you feel when Blood Death Knight becomes the meta tank for a season? Okay, this is a good question. So I have some complex opinions about it. I think it's bad because I don't like. There's a few reasons I think it's bad. I think the main reason I think it's bad is because I don't want to be invited just because of my class. Like, I want to feel like I earned it and deserve it, you know what I mean? So I don't like that concept in general. But that's not really like a main issue for me. That's just something I prefer not to have. Like, I like being an underdog, you know what I mean? I also think it's bad because oftentimes when it's meta, it's for a very, very specific reason. And that reason is not always something I like doing or want to do on my character, you know? So for example, in the past when it was meta in Season 4 Shadowlands, it was because of that like degenerate playstyle that was just totally unfun and I could just not ever do for a long period of time. So I didn't actually play my character that way, you know what I mean? And on top of that, it was also meta because of Jathus, which I didn't have at the time. Or I always say Jathus, but the Arbiter, the Gavel, the first Arbiter. So I didn't have those things, basically. But people would still invite me, and they would expect me to have those things. And then when I didn't have those things, they would get mad at me, you know? So I would rather all of that not exist, okay? But it's also good because obviously I'm able to make progress easier, you know what I mean? It usually means the tuning of the character is easier to play, so it's like less stressful to play. But maybe more like complicated, like more meta than anything, ironically using that word, is it gets more eyes on content related to Blood Death Knight, you know what I mean? So like if Blood Death Knight was the top tank right now, a lot of people would be coming in here looking to see Blood Death Knight gameplay because of that. Whereas because it's one of the bottom tanks right now, a lot less people are inclined to watch a Blood Death Knight streamer, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's a lot of complications about why it's good and bad for me. But at the end of the day, if I wasn't about streaming or about any of that, I would say I'd rather be one of the worst tanks. Like, I would rather it be balanced like it is now, but not overpowered. And people don't like it because of its inherent, like, relative weakness in the face of some content. So it's like a best case scenario for me where they're at right now. But obviously, like from like a financial stand, like from the streaming side of things, like it is very, very beneficial when it's meta because then all views are up because people are looking for Blood Death Knight content like constantly. I'd argue that you play your Death Knight enough to not just be a flavor of the month player. So you've earned where you get your rating wise. The specific reason for Blood Death Knight being meta might not be appealing. Bro, well that's what I mean. Like I don't want to feel like I'm getting invites just because of the class. I want to be invited and valued, you know what I mean? Quit standing in purple. Good answer. You have a few specific things due to streaming to make it even stranger. Yeah, there's like an extra factor on there that is definitely in my mind. Like it was actually kind of rough. Like I didn't know this. Like I started streaming in Legion when Blood Death Knight was like ridiculously meta. Like it was not even close. There was no other second basically. And I started, you know, playing and streaming a lot then, and the views were good. Like we'd get a good amount of views, and I was happy with the channel, and I felt like I could do it substantially and make, you know, a nice little side career out of it at the time. And then BFA came out, and it was like hype as fuck. Like that was the first expansion I had played while streaming, so it was like really, you know, exciting to stream and play at the beginning. And then after season 1 of BFA, they nerfed Blood Death Knight to the absolute ground, and it became the worst tank in the game by a lot. So it went from being meta to the worst tank. And it was really strange. Like I was like it sucked as a player because I liked Blood Death Knight, and they got way that was like the biggest nerf they've ever gotten, so it was harder to play as well. But then it was also like it just like went from like whatever view count to like half that because like nobody cared about Blood Death Knight anymore, and it was like most of my views were organic traffic because of the meta pick, you know. And people would even come in and like, oh, I'm surprised you're still playing Blood. It's like, what? No, I just played it. Like it was not. You know what I mean? So it was like a really bad feedback loop. Like I went from being like, whoa, the channel's doing well, the character's doing well, I'm having fun, people are enjoying the content, to being like, oh, the character's not doing well, the channel's not doing well, and people aren't enjoying the content. It was like really hammered home, you know what I mean? So I know it's not really like that nowadays. A lot of people just watch because of the pugging stuff. But back then there wasn't like this mystique around pugging, and we didn't make content like that. It was basically just if I played Blood, people watched it because of Blood, and if not, then it was just regular streaming. You'd have to want something else besides the spec. Anyway, meta or not, you have my view. I appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. I know things are different now. You kind of missed part of what I wrote. I said that I get why it might be unappealing to be invited for a specific meta reason. Oh yeah, sorry. Kind of going on a bit of a rant there. What was the Blood Death Knight degen playstyle? Yeah, Rune Weapon and Heart Strike only. You would just use Heart Strike like 100% of your globals, pretty much. It's like, not only is that's just like not even fun. Like, nothing about that. I don't want any part of that.
Queen Nephilus refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Answer and the Black Blood usher in a new age for Ashkahex.
And it was really funny because when we played with Grawl, I hadn't realized, like, of course I should have realized that he's only ever played with Blood Death Knights playing that way. So he's like freaking out when he's seeing my Dancing Rune Weapon drop. And I was like, no, like I'm just not doing, like I'm fine. I'm fine. Like you can survive without Dancing Rune Weapon up. Like it was mostly just an offensive thing. Like obviously the defensive element was substantial, but it wasn't like you had no other way to survive or something like that. But because everybody played that same way and everybody like leaned into the power the way it was, it became like hard to, like people stopped believing that I could survive without it. And that's definitely not fun at all. So if Blood Death Knight was just like tuned super high in the exact state it's in right now, then it'd be fine. Like that problem wouldn't exist. Because there wouldn't be this expectation that I need to do something that I don't want to do, you know? I quit during Shadowlands and Dragonflight. But did Blood ever make a comeback in any season? Quit during Shadowlands? Well, we were just talking about Shadowlands, yeah. That was Shadowlands season 3 and 4 that they had that crazy ass overpowered set bonus. And then Dragonflight, no, not really. It was never. I don't know that it was even like average at any point. It was like among the worst tanks the whole expansion. And that was, like I said, that's fine by me because it was like the most fun Blood. It was like a core. You played Blood. Like it was no gimmicks. There was no bullshit. Like it was Death Strike well. Use your CDs well. Like that's what Blood is at its core. This is really annoying. I think that was the last time Blood Death Knight was the meta? Yeah, season 4 of Shadowlands. Like I said, with the weapon as well. They also had a two-handed weapon from the raid that was like a ridiculous damage. Like it was overpowered as shit. Like one of the most powerful weapons that's ever existed, especially that's not a legendary. Like it was more powerful than the actual legendary axe in Dragonflight. Like that's how crazy that was. What is the DPS doing? Just fucking brain dead. Just off running around thinking like, oh, tank's gonna follow us, right? I mean, that was awkward. I don't know how that even happened that way. I usually would try to get the pat, but I guess I was just talking too much. Wasn't paying attention, but really bad timing there. Gavel was probably the most single powerful weapon ever in the game. Yeah, it definitely was. Especially if you consider non-legendaries. Like, if you're only looking at non-legendaries, it was 10 times stronger than any other non-legendary. Yeah. Even Guardian Druids were using it, even though it had no Agi on it. Yep. I still think they keep Blood Death Knight nerfed on purpose. They never get it right and are afraid of changing things. I think it's a bleeding edge problem for sure. Like if Blood Death Knight is too easy to succeed on, then it's easily the best tank. Like always the best tank. And if it doesn't, you know, if it doesn't have that, then it just looked at as the worst tank because it's really squishy and it's hard to play at the highest level, you know? So I do think, I kind of agree with you. Like, they don't want to turn the knobs too much because they know how quickly it can become overpowered. You see that Blizzard raid the sub price in Australia? Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the week. I do think it will go up in the US at some point, but the only reason it went up in Australia is because the Australian dollar is in a crazy state of imbalance, apparently. Like, it's plummeting or some shit. So that has nothing to do with, like... I'm surprised that they haven't changed the cost on the US sub, but yeah, like if you translate the dollar from Australia to the dollar in the United States, it's still the same amount. It's just the conversion rate has dramatically spiked downward for some reason. They said that's why they don't touch stagger for brew. Sure, I'm sure it's not just blood that's like that either. Yeah. Like I know Disc has had this problem too, where they just can't allow them to do a great amount of damage because then it really upsets the balance of the spec.
The harvest will prevail.
Beware.
They're scared of making it broken in raid, so they just keep it underpowered and have missed the mark for 2 expansions. Yeah, but it's not like to say that, like they're doing it on. Okay, cool. To say they're doing it on purpose, but they also missed the mark. Like they're just doing it on purpose, right? Like you can't say both. I don't think. It's just gonna be weak in that state, and you still can play it and enjoy it. I think maybe it's weaker than it should be. Oh my god, I did it again. Why do I keep doing this? I just like don't press, and then I just like panic and then don't do it. It's really weird. But apparently we can just survive it with AMS. That's funny. I didn't even know that. It's like 50 cents USD more than you guys, I think. What? Well, no, that's why. Like Blizzard just said that's why they did it. It's because the exchange rate changed. Okay, just advance. USD is doing really well globally, and most other countries are not. It's the same in New Zealand, nearly 1 to 2 conversion at the moment, which is crazy. Oh wow. Is it still a fair price? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. WoW's sub is so cheap that like even if they doubled it, even if it was 30 a month, I'd be like, I mean, yeah, it'd be like, yeah, it's whatever, you know. At this point, it should be probably 30 a month. After all these years. War Within seems to be an okayish expansion, even with the drama, with the latest patch. Drama. So I might go ahead and save up a heap with a 1-year sub. Oh yeah, I mean, what, do you regularly quit the game? I guess, yeah, maybe some people do, but I always buy the 1-year sub because I'm going to be playing no matter what. That's a good point. I don't know. It's so frustrating that they think they have it tuned correctly, yet the spec is so weak currently. Well, as I said, like, it's either they think they have it tuned correctly. I don't know. Like, you can't say they're like bad at tuning it, and also like they know they can't tune it too hard because it gets too powerful, right? Like, it's just an unfortunate design at that point, you know, which is not really a fixable problem unless you want to just scrap the main mechanics. That's why I said, like, I'm fine with Blood in the state it's in, because even if it's weak, it's still fun. And I'd rather fun than powerful all day. Are your taxes hard to calculate with streaming revenue? Yes. Taxes in the United States in general are insanely difficult to calculate. Proton Paladin kind of has a similar problem too because of how game breaking their utility can be. Yeah, and I guess they're at the wrong edge of it now, right? They've gone too far now. I think Icy Veins has some general Mythic Plus routes. What's the best way to learn routes? Is there a website? Yeah, maybe. I would just try, and you know, also you're watching the channel with all the content saved and uploaded. So if you want to see what I do and you want to compare what you might do to that, then you can learn that way too. But I've never played Blood. What do you enjoy about it, Destrick? They don't do anything about it. That's what I mean. They've clearly missed the mark on both ends. I get you, yeah. I get it's frustrating, but like, I don't know right now. Maybe it's in the weakest state it's ever been in or something, but Proton Paladin's utility is massively overrated. When has that utility been the determining factor? They're brought for their damage right now. Yeah, but the utility is still incredibly strong. That's what I'm saying. And if it wasn't for the damage, their utility, like, they would be pushed out. You know what I mean? So that's what we're talking about. Like, that tuning, like, it's very important to get it right, because if it's on the wrong end, it can be really, like, it's going to be terrible, you know? That's always a big issue in this game. Best routes, there's a lot of factors per run that determine that. That's true, yep. Kyle, what's up? Welcome. Oh no, you're the guy I replied to before. Well, happy to help, like I said, if you have any questions, but It's their DPS plus that they can choose the mechanics. When you give Prop Pally too much other strengths, they overshadow other tanks. Yep, that's what we're saying. Prop Pally's utility is not overrated. They can kick almost everything, man. Same with immunities. I think his point was that it's like people talk about utility as if it's the main reason they're brought, but it's not. And I agree with that, and that's actually what we're talking about. Because if the two, like, you know, it's just like Blood Death Knight. It's the same way. The utility is just as good. Like, it's insanely powerful, insanely unique, has so many values to it. And if Blood Death Knight's tuning was higher, they would be looked at as like odds-on best tank by a lot, right? Because the best players would use the kit, the strong, intangible kit, and make it look godlike. And then because the tuning, the average players would be passable at it. You know what I mean? And it would be like overboard. So that's exactly what we're talking about. Like Warrior and Bear don't have that. Like they don't have that intangible strength in their utility. So for them to be meta, they have to be overtuned. Whereas all Blood Death Knight needs is a little push. Same with Paladin. Just a little push. And then they're there. Right? Because like look at it, right? Like Prot Warrior Prot Pally was looked at as the worst in the beginning of the season, and then they got those changes, and now they're looked at as the best by a lot, and it's not really, you know what I mean? Like they didn't like just double everything they do. The irony is that kicking everything is actually very little utility for high-end groups. Right, no, that, yeah, we're talking about pugs, yeah. Warrior and Bear are mostly on top when they have godlike survivability to other tanks. Right, that's what we're saying, like the tuning. And then at that point, they're basically just there because they're a wall, like they don't do much else.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation.
What ones are we still not, like, Council of Dornagal? I like that rep's icon.
We'll continue speaking later.
What does an actor unlocked mean? What's that? I think there's a good chance we don't finish this month, but I don't even really want it. Just because we're going to be on the PTR a lot. They sit on changes. There is stuff they identified back in September as problems for both Blood and Brewmaster that they haven't changed a thing for the entire tier. Oh yeah, and they do that because they know that like one change could upset everything, so they try to do all these changes all at once. I learned about that at BlizzCon when we went. It's like they have like a workflow that gets like halted because of other workflows, basically. So like, for example, now this is something that's probably changed over the years. You can tell because of the class changes they've been doing a lot recently in these small patches. But basically it's like, all right, well, we identify some problems that we can fix with the spec, but it would be the only spec that would get changes of this magnitude. So we're going to wait to do them until there's other problems that have been identified. And so when you have these different teams working on different things, you then are like, you know, it's almost like you're limited by the creativity, you know, like, okay, well, this player or this team is like, they're not really identifying problems. Like they're not really working in the same speed as everybody else. So we just have to wait until they do, and then we'll make the changes we're going to make. And until then, we'll work on something else. I think they call it like batch development or something like that, where it's like you basically get all this development done and it doesn't get published until there's the right time for it to be published. And yeah, that got told to me because I talked about a bunch of changes that I wanted to see for tanks at the time, and the question was like, the answer was like, actually a lot of these changes are already in the pipeline. I was like, oh, like I didn't even realize, you know what I mean? It was interesting. I wish they worried a bit less about that, what we just described. It's not about worry, it's like just about finances, right? Like you can't just make a patch every week. Like they have to test these things, and they have to import them and export them at the times that are best for the company. Have you run into MindLink on Tradova that never breaks? We were as far as possible, and I assume it had something to do with AMSing. Yeah, another one that doesn't realize it. If you AMS it, it does not do anything. It's just a visual that's on your character at that point. They must have a huge development environment, yeah. I would imagine it's even crazier now, because I know they hired like a bunch of new people or something like that from like some other team or something. But when I went, they were able to explain like the different teams and how they all work together, and it seemed like a behemoth, like unbelievably complicated, massive moving parts. Like the art department is completely isolated from everyone else. Like they make art, they have a directive to make art, but they're way ahead. Like I always tell this story, even though I probably shouldn't, but I always hear about, or I always retell the story because it's such an interesting thing. When I went to BlizzCon, they were supposed to be like, they had things like blocked off so we couldn't see them, but they had one part not blocked off. Like I don't know if the paper, they had like these paper posters over them so you couldn't see it. And I think one of them might have fallen or it wasn't pulled down all the way or something, but we were able to see these artist renditions of things that we weren't able to, you know, we shouldn't have known about basically. So this was during the middle of BFA. This was the BlizzCon that announced Classic. Okay, so it was like 2018, the year before Classic came out. So this was in the beginning of BFA. Ajara, the patch Ajara, was not yet announced, right? So this was before BlizzCon. We're at headquarters. So I didn't know that they were announcing the Ajara patch yet, but we went there, and I saw all these things, and I was like, what the fuck are these? They're like so insane. This is gonna be the craziest looking patch ever. Like the stuff I'm telling you about that they shouldn't have shown to us, but we saw by accident. It was these like wispy white and gray elementals and strange like shaped land, and it looked like it was almost like wind built into the landscape, right? And so they announced Ajara, and I was like, where the fuck is that? Like what was that we saw? Like that's not coming in the patch. It's an underwater zone, right? And then they announced Nyalotha, and it's like still nothing, right? I saw Bastion. We saw Bastion in the beginning of BFA. They had art for Bastion on their wall. A full expansion ahead. It's like, holy shit. Like that really, like, okay, wow, that's nuts at that point. How far does Blizzard have everything else planned relative to that? That's what I mean. So like if you think about the art department, which there's like a physical limitation to, you know what I mean? Like it's not just something that rests in your mind. Like they actually have to take the idea and put it on paper or on digital medium, whatever you want to say. So if you know that that's the case, then how far in advance do they know what the idea is? Like we're talking probably at least 2 expansions ahead, I imagine. And I think that's why they committed to the World Soul Saga, because they've probably already been making the game this way. Like they've already had a plan for 2 expansions ahead of the current one, but they just don't like have it fully fleshed out or developed, like physically developed yet. You know what I mean? And so they're like, fuck it, let's just commit to it. Like we already know what we're gonna do. Let's tell everybody what we're gonna do, and we'll make it a big trilogy instead. It's actually genius. Like it really is such a smart decision, because it's probably very little additional work for them, for their content planning. Yeah, I mean, they definitely seem to know well in advance, one way or the other. My friend who has never played WoW had a person that they knew worked at Blizzard. They told him with the Dragon Isles and Dragon Expansion years before Shadowlands. Yep. Right, I mean, that's the crazy part. Like, I always go back to that, like, landscape art and creature art, like those little wandering elementals in Bastion, they had on their wall. On the wall, not just like, it wasn't some pile of papers that we actually, like, they were displaying them. I don't know why, but I guess they do this at the headquarters. They were like displaying them, like, look at what we made for art in the game that was at least 2 years away. Well, more like a year and a half, but it ended up being 2 years because Shadowlands got delayed. That was before COVID. But yeah, either way, it's just crazy. It's also a big risk if the story is not well received. Yeah, but that's just how it is, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like they're already planning the story this far in advance, which is a big risk, but this is how they've always done it. And I think this is what happened with BFA. I think BFA really was supposed to be like the World Soul Saga, but they ended up like going back on it because the beginning of the expansion was received poorly. Like, I think the plot that's unfolding now was something that was probably meant to happen in BFA. And they just had to go away from it because it didn't seem like it was, like, people didn't like Sylvanas' engagement in it, basically. Like he said, that issue with Shadowlands and Borrowed Power and Legion, they already went well into the building of Shadowlands. And it was only at the end of Legion that they realized it. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. So they're like already heavily committed to the systems that they worked on. And then, this is what I said, like this is why I said the feedback system in this game is so poor. Because you're basically like working on something years in advance. And you're planning around it working the way you expect it to. And when it doesn't, you have no second plan for it. Like now you're fucked. And this is why the community just needs to let the company make the game. Like, stop trying to influence the game. You're having catastrophic effects on their pipeline. Like, if you don't like it, then just don't play it. I don't like them having to like totally reverse course is like so fucking bad. I would imagine it must just destroy their pipeline. They frequently tell you exactly what to expect in expansions to come too. Right, yeah, that's cool. Star Aggro and shit like that, right? I like stuff like that. Basically, the ship is often too big to turn since they build so far in advance. Yeah, or they tried to make it turnable now. So they've gotten better at it at least, but yeah, like I don't know. It's just fucked. I don't think it's good for anybody. We're basically trying to get them to turn a giant boat in the middle of the ocean, and it's like, well, there's a chance we capsize. You know that, right? Oh yeah, you don't care? All right, let's see what happens then. You have to ask yourself why bother making the artwork for the display if you don't intend the audience to see it. Well, it wasn't an audience thing. It was like a private tour of BlizzCon that I got to be a part of. I don't know why they hang them on the walls, though, to be fair. But it was definitely not intentional because they had all the other art blocked off with like these paper. There's like something that I think you like pull down so people can't just see it when they come into the office. Like obviously if like you're probably a family member of an employee, you're allowed to go into the office to give your spouse something or something, you know, so they have to like hide NDA or secreted things, you know. Because when we went by, Caden, who was Yitzton at the time, who was the GM, he was like, I think these are supposed to be covered, and the other guy, can't remember his name even. But yeah, he was like, yeah, probably. Let's just continue. And that's what drew my attention to it. Like, he pointed it out. And I was like, oh, okay. This is interesting then. Let's pay attention to this. Is Blood Death Knight's kick ranged or melee? It is a 15-yard range, so not. It's like in between both. I guess we're done. Would make sense if they have several teams, some working ahead and some working on current content. Yeah, that's confirmed for sure. I think they don't necessarily have like a full team working on one thing and a full team working on something else, but I think they have like different timelines for each small team. Yeah, the guy's name was Ass Eater. That's pretty nuts, right? Some teams work ahead much further than others. I think we'd be all surprised how down to the wire a lot of things are. Yeah, I bet. Because like pulling it all together is probably a lot more difficult than it sounds. All right, I have to go in about 45 minutes, so we should be able to do one more, I think. Especially if it's going to be like that one. That was Nina again. Yeah, that's Gabriel from the chat. I thought I read it as a cedar. Yeah, I mean, there's two S's and an A, so obviously what they're going for. For how big the team's gotten, it's impressive how cohesive it still feels. Yeah, that's nuts, right? Must be insane to be a part of that. Obviously it was an AE, not an A. How do you pronounce that? Is that an actual character in a language or something? All mutual. Alright, one more. Siege. We haven't done Siege in a while. It's used in Danish. It's called ash. It's pronounced like an A, an E, and egg. Egg. So like an S sound. So that guy's name is S-Eater. S-Eater. Okay, Eric Kara 14. Sweet. Good one to end the week with. This will be our last key of the week, one way or the other. And then next week we'll be back. I think I'm probably going to just stream on the live servers on Tuesday, no matter what. We'll see how it goes on the PTR. If it's actually up early, then maybe in the future we'll change that. But yeah, this week I think Tuesday will be only live WoW keys. And then Wednesday through Friday will be PTR keys. We'll see how it goes though. Maybe just 2 days. But definitely Wednesday is definitely going to be on the PTR unless it's just down or something. It's used in Old English as well, but it's been gone for a while. Old English, 5th century, getcha. Repair? Yeah, you should probably repair, right?
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you.
Air carrier route. Is it really a thing? I've been procrastinating for the entire stream instead of running keys. Well, we're almost done, so. How often do pugs ask for route? It's becoming more and more common, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know off the top of my head, to be honest. There's a group gonna disband because I didn't like a route. That's funny. Please, sir. Please route. Please. Please, please. I'm too shitty at this game. I need you to... I can't play unless you tell me how to play my character. Why do people ask for route? The way I've come to understand it, basically, is it's just like they're desperate for having some type of control over the situation, and they don't have any control over it. So they're trying to like get you to give them some control over it, because all the other arguments just don't make any sense. Like, people are like, well, you could learn, like, if I link the route, they're going to know when to use their CDs. And it's just not true. Like, the dungeon is going to change. We're not going to pull it the exact same way every single time. There's going to be things, people are going to die. You know, boss is going to take a little bit longer. You're not going to have, like, cooldowns up for the boss at times. Like, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. You have to be able to be adaptive and using your CDs mostly on CD. And then other things like, well, you know, you need to be able to plan certain things and all these things. It's like, we're not planning anything. It's just a fucking straight line. You just walk in a straight line and you double upgrade the key, or you have a shot at doing so. And so I just really think it's just about control. I think the DPS want to feel like they have some agency over what's about to unfold on them. And like that guy, like, if you don't give him that, then he's like, well, I didn't submit to this. I want control. I want to see the route. You don't get to run the route without my consent. You know, that's what it feels like. Because the other thing, like, so many people have tried to, like, explain this, and it's just like none of it makes any sense to me. I ended up pugging a ton of keys last week. I did 4 in every class. Tried every class. Wow. Tried to get some content for you, but it actually ended up wholesome. Well, that's good. No, I mean, we got 104 emails to get through right now, so the list gets longer every week. Gek has all 10s now. Oh, great. I'm glad you got that. Thanks for helping him, too, I guess. It's Eric Carey. You press W, and that's the route. I mean, yeah, in this one especially, it's just like, what are we talking about? Like, I can see the arguments for Dawnbreaker. That makes sense, but I don't know if it's me, but your video quality is so much better. I love it. Oh, really? Well, yeah, nothing changed. If people want control, then they can tank. Simple as that. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to tank, obviously, so I think that's just what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just like this struggle for control. Like, because in the past, when I did used to make routes and link them, people would oftentimes be unhappy with them. So that's why I stopped linking them. Like in Dragonflight, I would link them because I didn't realize there was a problem linking them, you know? And then I would link them, and people were like, what? Why would you pull group 3 and 4 together, lol? That's like, I don't know. I just, how I've been doing it. Like, it just starts these weird, awkward conversations. And then this expansion, I was like, I just didn't want to make a route for every dungeon. And then I realized, I was like, no, this is a good thing. Like, I need to stop doing this because it's confusing these people and it's giving them this feeling like, oh, you can have an opinion on this. It's like, there's no opinion. I'm just going to run the route I'm going to run, and you're going to follow me. And if you're not going to do that, then we're not going to do the key together. So it's just like, if you want the route, then you're not going to get it. And if you're not happy with that, then just leave now. It's fine. Just like that guy. You just made me realize that I stopped linking routes for the same reason. Yeah, it wasn't even like intentional. It was just like, I made the routes in Dragonflight, then they started like I always made routes when the dungeons would not change season after season because there's just like no reason not to, and I make a video on it. But then the dungeons are changing every few months, and it's like by the time I figure out the route, the happy median I want on my route, it's like it's just not worth it for me to make the actual MDT post. But I would do it, and then I'd send it, and then people would be like literally, like there was like so many videos of that on this channel where like people were like, like I linked the route, and it's just like, like, hello, tank, you knew why you do this route, you know? So it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to tell it to you, and then you're going to tell me it's a bad route. Like, this is what I'm going to do. So if you don't like what I'm going to do, then why am I even telling you about it? Just follow me and do your best. It gives them this idea in their head. They're like, well, we could do better than this. It's like, okay, but if I didn't tell you about it, you'd probably just shut the fuck up and try your best, and we'd succeed, you know? So that's how it got to this point. Only time I link a route is in Necrotic Wake, specifically for the first pull. Oh yeah. A good example here is you pull all the way to the mini boss, but what if you pause on the bridge and DPS blows cooldowns, and then you finish pull to mini? Linking the route will let them know to hold CDs. It's too long. You can't hold CDs. That's what I'm telling you. Like, do you not realize that? You just gave an example for me, when in reality you thought you were giving an example against it. Like, that's the issue. You can't hold CDs. Like, the dungeon is too, like, the combats are too long at this level. For myself, I don't care what route you choose. I only want to know, like in Air Carrot, do you pull all the way to the mini boss or not? Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that part makes sense, but you would hold CDs, too many, and lust. And that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't want to do that. That's a bad idea. You're wasting a full use of your CDs by doing that. That's what I'm telling you.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nope.
And now
You think it seems like a me issue? Yeah, it must be a me issue, yeah.
lesson of the void.
What level keys are you doing there, John Clare? Just wondering, because, yeah, it definitely could be a level thing, too. You either lust first pull all the way to mini boss or hold for boss. You're either going to rip CDs on bridge when you're trying to pull the whole room. And you should. That's what I'm saying. Like, your CDs are being wasted. Like, if you, I'm confused what you're saying here, I guess. But at the end of the day, my point is that trying to plan around it is not functional. You're wasting your CDs. You should be using them and adapting to the moments that are unfolding as they're unfolding. Hey Stromy, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Ops to the left. See, so we're already 2.5 minutes into the dungeon. You see what I'm saying about the timer here? So you could have already used your CD a second time at this point, unless it's over 3 minutes. Was the mage AFK for the first bit? He died, yeah. I think he like died. I don't know if he fell or something. I saw him die though for sure. Just not sure to what. Beware. Hey Jose, what's up, buddy? Welcome. He aggroed before dying. Oh really? Mage died. Any CDC plan based off Metro's route are now cooked. Yep, that is exactly what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even, like, you can't possibly plan. Even, like, more than one pull into the dungeon, you can't plan. Because you just don't know how long everything's going to live. And there's going to be mistakes. But that is totally out in my eyes. Like, there's no case for that at all. There's some other things people have said. But in general, I think it's mostly just about people wanting to feel like they have some agency over the run they're about to do, and they just don't. Why are you not trying other tanks? Because I enjoy blood the most. If I'm solo pugging, usually random keys between 12 to 16. You do four different key levels. Gotcha. Well, either way. In Dragonflight, it was something that happened a lot on the channel, so your comment was quite abrasive, but I think, to be honest, you had a point, because the me part being that I have very different routes from what most people probably do, and that's what caused the arguments, not necessarily anything about me as a human being, but just me as a decision maker. So yeah, that's why I don't do it, and that is that. The thought has already passed. I've fallen through that damn hole in the web bridge on the way looking at the mobs. Yeah, that's funny. I'm not sure how many times we've seen it, but I'm sure we've seen it. Why aren't you playing all 6 tanks every week? Good question. I don't know. I used to do that, but I don't really enjoy that anymore. Blood is just too fun. Can't even pull this right now. We have to wait for this guy. Hey, I'm an idiot. Didn't mean it to be abrasive. Sorry if it came out that way. Well, I mean, if you didn't mean it to be abrasive when you said I always link a route and almost never had anyone argue. Seems like a you issue. You need to work on what words you're using. But anyway, what else do you say? Just found it strange because I don't really have anyone ever saying anything about linking a route. Gotcha. That's definitely not just a me issue, one way or the other. Are you making it back, or what are we doing? I also enjoyed Prot Warrior the most, but it was fun to try other tanks, also to see how they play. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, that's, I used to be like that, like I said, but... And then the other part of it is like this shit, like 7 deaths to trash. Like, it's also just like, you don't deserve it. Like, there's a lot of that in my head too. It's like, you want a route, but in reality, you're not even going to be able to survive the stuff that we have to fight no matter what we pull. So I'm not sure why you're worried about it. That's what I used to say at the end in Dragonflight. I'd be like, you know, when there was still a Tyrannical week and people would ask for routes, I'd be like, just focus on the bosses. Stop worrying about the trash. Because it was like this weird focus on like, we need to maximize these theoretical parts of our gameplay, but in reality we haven't maximized the practical parts of our gameplay.
Beware.
And that kind of part and parcel of pugging.
Beware.
I'm a huge advocate for practicality, yes. I think everybody should be in the pug world. I get it in like a theoretical group where you know you can try and you can learn together and all this goes on well, but in the pug world where you have total unpredictability, like you should just embrace that unpredictability. You're not going to be able to control it. So trying to like create measures to control it is just folly. Like you're just wasting your own time and you're convincing, like you're tricking yourself into thinking you're making good decisions when in reality the best decision to be made would be to just be able to act on your feet when things go wrong. Trying to plan around something and then it failing is going to be far worse, far more detrimental than not trying to plan for something and then just reacting to said failure when it happens and trying to get around it. I remember playing Balanced Druid in 22s and people saying my AoE DPS was bad on Tyrannical Week and I couldn't get halfway through my opener before everything was dead. My cooldown lasted for 40 seconds and the mobs would only last for 10 to 20 seconds. Yeah. Well, that's a different problem altogether, but either way, that was like really hammered home in Dragonflight when people would be talking about routes and fucking Fortified and Tyrannical Weeks were so different. It's like, okay, it's Tyrannical Week, brother. We're literally not going to ever fail this key because of the route, so just focus on killing the bosses. And that was, I think that was like, I remember that one, right? It was Tyrannical Halls. That was the one that was most commonly in my head there when we were talking about this, like, that druid who was like really upset with the route in Tyrannical Halls and then we wiped to the first boss. Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Dungeons without affixes look bland. Mastering those and getting score at mastering the affixes felt more fulfilling. Yeah, I would tend to agree, to be honest. I think the changes to the affixes have been bad for me as a player, but I think a lot of people like them because they just mean less thought process is required week to week. And as this whole conversation should tell you, most people do not like being able to think. Or having to think, I guess. Dungeons are monotonous now compared to before. A 12 is identical every week. Yeah, it's definitely less fun, but luckily Blood Death Knight and the dungeons themselves are wildly fun, so I'm still enjoying this season more than I expected to. Plus I have a new approach to doing keys in general. Instead of only ever looking for score like I used to, I'm now just playing for fun and it's become a lot more engaging. Playing Sanguine and trying to see how low I can have the Sanguine healing percent at the end of the run was actually very fun. Yes, I agree with that. That's a good... Yeah, Sanguine was interesting in that way for sure. But it was also frustrating because there's a lot of packs and mobs that simply you couldn't do much about. Like the mobs would just heal on their own basically. Can you link your Violet hold route? Imagine if that was a Mythic Plus. Sanguine was so rewarding as a tank. You could nullify the entire fix by playing well. Theoretically. If it was true, then yes. But unfortunately, a lot of times it wasn't true. A lot of times it was just mobs that just would not move. So it made it basically a DPS affix at that point. Like the DPS had to kill that mob first, and they never would. And then you just sat there staring at it. It was really unfun. Would have been cool if lieutenant mobs were grippable or movable during Sanguine weeks. Yeah, me and Faxi and a few others like brainstormed ways to solve this for a long time. My solution was always to make it so the healing was something that would ramp up. So like if the mob, like it was rare that the mob would actually never move. It would usually just move really slowly because it would be casting and shit. So if the mob could just move late, then you shouldn't be as punished by it healing instantly. But other suggestions, and I think maybe Jambo and others have suggested these things, like basically the mob would silence you, or the affix would silence the mob as well. Like that would be a new feature of the affix. Like it would not just be a heal, it would also silence anything standing in it, and then that would also mean that the mob was silenced. So if it was caster, then it would just move instantly. You know what I mean? Couple ways they could have solved it, and unfortunately they kind of just didn't try, and then it got to the point where everybody hated it, and I think Sanguine was a big driving factor in them removing the affixes because people were constantly arguing about that affix. Yeah, I think the silence thing was probably the most creative solution to it. I didn't think they would do that. I don't know how they would even, like, if they would do that code-wise, but for me personally, I think the safer pick was to just make it so it wasn't punishing if the mob stood in Sanguine for only 1 or 2 seconds. It was only if it stood in there for like 7 or 8 seconds. Like now we're really fucked. Because I didn't think it was like, also I kind of thought it was a little bit unfair. It's like as a tank, you basically had to move preemptively. Like I would often have to grip the mobs before other mobs would die to make sure they didn't heal at all. And that seemed counter like to what Sanguine should have been about. Like Sanguine should have been about like long-term planning, not short-term planning. It was kind of like bolstering in that way, and I didn't like that. Didn't they put in a second delay for healing? I mean, I don't know when they would have did that, but one way or the other, it's like it healed very quickly, and especially in Knockout was the big offender. Knockout was like insanely bad for that. Yeah, I'll pull this too. Knockout had mobs in every segment that would just refuse to move because they were just like chain casters and non-grippable mobs and stuff. And so that was kind of like the beginning of the end for that affix, because those would just refuse to do anything about it the whole expansion, and then it was a problem in the beginning of the expansion, and then it comes back and it's another problem again at the end of the expansion, and people are like, see, I told you affixes suck, lol, shit developers. And instead of just trying to fix the fucking problem, they just let it be a problem for the full expansion, and then gave the ammo people needed. First dungeon after Sanguine week where you'd keep kiting the mobs. Yeah, that always happened to me. That's funny. Chain lightning, alright, favorite. Let's make Cascade into a huge issue. That guy being dead for the bulk of this Bloodguard being alive is going to be a big issue. No Mega Bag, I think. I don't know though, others may also be dying.
Beware. Beware.
As predicted, a huge issue. That one I'm paying attention to. That one is his fault, 100% his fault. I don't know how you don't have that happen, but that's obviously not my fault. Like, I aggro trash, we weren't even trying to fight.
Only the strongest.
And mage.
survive.
That's funny. Yeah, the guy's gonna pat into us. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's easier to blame you than take responsibility for their actions. Well, I don't even understand what this point is. Like, the mob walked into us. Like, what was his statement? Tank aggro at once. Stop chaining, please. It's like, what? In this last package, oh god. You made 3 ads and patrol was coming. Instead of you pulling them right away, you waited for her to arrive and my chain lightning grabbed him and instantly turned on me. Right. If you know he's gonna pat there, you should be ready to aggro it. I was ready to aggro it, yeah. He aggroed the rest of the shit with chain lightning, that was the actual issue. Like here, maybe you didn't see it, we can take a look at it again. In the general pack from the first pack, you are chaining the standard dungeon and pulling the first pack gives the lust. Were you on the opposite side of where the pack comes from until it got aggroed? No. I'll show you exactly what we did here. Okay, so here's how we used to do it in the past, right? In the past, I guess I could show a clip from a while ago, but regardless, I'll just explain it. So in the past, we used to pull all this stuff together. Is this the area? Yeah, so in the past, I used to pull this as just 2, and then the 3 packs here together, and that seemed like a good choice. But a lot of people were dying because of all the casters. So recently I started switching it up into being a little bit more of a slow paced. So we aggroed, there's like a pack that's normally here. I pull that in, we kill that with this because there's no additional caster there. And then the next pack is like staggered into 2 pulls basically because of the patrol. Like ideally if the patrol was there, we would still aggro it, but since it's not there, we have to wait for it to come to us. And this is actually beneficial because it allows us to get this guy killed. So we're not constantly like worrying about it. But as you see, it's really far away. So even if we wanted to pull it, we couldn't. So we're sitting here just waiting. And in this time, we're going to use this time to get the first caster down and the stun, the guy that you'd have to stun down. Okay, and so we are still waiting. The mob is almost dead. At this point, you know, the mob has not actually come to us, and the guy chain lightnings it, and not only chain lightnings it, but aggro's pack behind it, which we're not even pulling. So, yeah, I mean, like, what are you even chain lightning here? There's one mob. To say that's my fault is pretty ridiculous. Listen, Metro, if you linked the route, he would have known where to use chain lightning. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right, anyway, we will be back, like I said, next Tuesday. I think we have to probably wait on the PTR. I think the PTR probably won't be up in time for Tuesday again, so I don't get why you don't take threat quicker on them if you see them coming, because we're waiting as long as possible to get... I just explained that. Did you not listen to what I said? The less time we're having to fight both of the packs together, the easier the pack is. But I mean, they do literally use chain lightning on a single target, so... Thanks for stopping by, I guess. Going right side after the bridge is harder for pugs. Left side is a lot easier. Oh yeah, not in my experience. We used to go left and it was really bad. What is your question? You wanna hop in Discord real quick, man? Seems like you're really agitated by the stream. I don't know why. Like, I just explained to you what I'm doing, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Basically, like, I just explained it. Did you not understand it or what? Left side was harder for pugs in my experience. Yeah, it's way harder. There's a lot more casters on the left side. Did we get that on the route or on the sheet? Get that on there. Eric Hera 14. I always had that experience going right. I mean, they're both hard. They're both the same mobs. It's just a different type of mob and different order, basically. But yeah, for me, we used to go left, and it was just a nightmare. There's too many casts. Fuck range. Alright. Thanks going right is way less pressure on all DPS to hit every interrupt. And then, like, so what we just did and what I just explained makes it even less pressure, you know? Early on, we were pulling it all together, and it seemed like it was working on the lower keys, but then it stopped working, so I stopped doing it that way. I don't know why this made you so angry. It did make me angry. I was just saying there's only one scarab and one other mob, so I don't get why you'd wait ages for it to die. I just explained why. That's what I'm saying, like, you're just being obtuse at this point. What, did you not understand what I explained or what? Like, I don't understand. You think you know better than me and I don't give a shit. Like, we just met for the first time today. I'm doing this for a reason. I explained my reason and you're still unhappy with the reason. So, sorry, I guess. Yeah, that's it, I guess. All right, we will be back on Tuesday, like I said. Probably going to do 3 days on the PTR next week. We'll see what happens. I think, provided the PTR is stable and everything, will probably be 3 days on there because I want to test all those dungeons a good amount. And sometimes it's hard to get 4 dungeons tested in just 1 or 2 days. But if we do get them all tested, then we'll see what happens. Maybe Friday back on Live WoW. But Tuesday, I think we'll plan to do Live WoW keys one way or the other. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching, and we will see you guys in the next one.